All right, good morning, everybody, and the slideshow reset itself. Brilliant. We're back once again, Milliard of Beardcraft and the Squirrel.
It is I.
Here to discuss more Arknights characters, which apparently is something you guys are very interested in. So I'm happy we will now be able to bring you part two, starting from where we picked up last time. Once I fix all my slideshows that reset when I changed scenes.
It seems like there's nowhere you can go to escape tech issues, is there?
Maybe a cave somewhere deep within the earth, but not too deep, or you run into ancient tech issues.
If you're too deep, you don't get internet. That's what they tell me.
It's because the Balrogs like to chew on the fiber cables.
Might I be able to? Well, you know what? I'll wait. I'll let you do your thing. Sorry, I had a moment of inspiration,
Oh,
and then
go
it
with
passed. I was going to say, since you had the chibi up,
Oh, sure.
because you made a point last time about how I think I might have mentioned this too. I forget. They've got to transition the art from a piece into a little sprite that you see in the game.
I remember my prediction was the emphasis would be on the head design, the weapon design, and the colors.
Yes. And
All
I
right.
think you were onto something.
Let's see here.
It's something that had not occurred to me in the past, but don't go the next chibis yet. I only put like 4 in there.
Okay.
So you might even be able to just slide Blaze off the screen for now, if you want. We'll come back to that later.
All right. Well, let's see. Yep, there's the chainsaw. And you got the red headband there, the ears, all the hair. Oh, I like that these are they're not like pixel chibis. It's still like fully animated little artwork.
Yeah, they're obviously animated in the actual stages in the game. And I think having distinctive characteristics allows you to see what's going on when there's a lot going on, which there often is.
Man, I love how they pick up detail, like even the little swirls coming off the back of the top of her boots are still modeled here in the chibi.
It was unfortunate that it's hard to get a lot of the chibis. I would like to include some more, but we're only going to look at a few. But yeah, I think they do a very good job. Whoever it is at the studio that does the transitions into the chibis, I think is quite good at their job. Let's put it that way.
Even like the little black triangle at the top of her chest here is reflected in the chibi. And the fact that her jacket like comes down into that V shape where it's the zipper ends.
The sprite actually also has a backside, so when they're facing away, now upon reflection, I probably should have added that one, but oh well, next time maybe.
Yeah, they still are cramming like all of the little character details onto that chibi. Like the elbow plate's still there. The jacket collar's still there. Even the ID tag is still there.
Some of these details are actually kind of hard to see in game because you're on a phone screen most of the time. So it feels like they put in more effort than needed to. You know, past the bare minimum, I should say.
Yeah, they didn't go, this game's going to be playing on a phone screen, so we can make the chibi super simple. Like, this is still a very detailed rendering of the character. That's very cool. I like how the idling, they even added, like the chainsaw blades to the idling animation.
Yeah, there's another animation where she revs the chainsaw up and it like extends, which is kind of a neat one. But yeah, that's a little tiny sneak preview of how some of the chibis look.
I like it. Yeah, even though her hair flies out to the sides there, that is a good job.
I always thought that that was like a hazard, you know? Like if you've got a chainsaw, do you want long hair that might get caught in said chainsaw?
You really don't, especially not
You,
if you're working in the woods. As someone who spent far too much time helping clear honeysuckle off of property, and I did
I think
not
it's
have
we'll
long
just
hair.
put it's anime logic, so we'll let it
Hmm.
slide.
Also, good morning, Cara Malone and Kent. Thank you for stopping by. Glad you could make it.
Did you have your coffee yet?
Now I don't have coffee. I should have gotten coffee. All I have is half of the Pedialyte that I didn't finish last night.
Click, 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 click. And there we are.
All right, make these big as we can for maximum analysis.
You know, we got some more screen real estate, and it's free.
Here we go.
So yeah,
All
what,
right.
what were we doing last time? It was like
It was personality. Was it personality, battlefield role? Oh, what animal they're based off of, and then try and guess their nickname.
yeah. So take it away.
All right. Based off of the tail shape, we have another cat character, except
What gave it away?
the that's a cat tail. I can't think of any other animal with a tail like that. There's also a very small cat in the art over here sitting on the Iron Throne. And
There,
another,
we got ourselves
actually,
another
shoot,
cat girl.
there's another little cat right there too. But unlike the first cat girl, she's got like the cute downturned cat ears, so she's not as aggressive as the first one, and may even be shy. Oh, thank you, Kent. Yes, also what country they're
I
from.
know. I'm glad somebody watched the stream. I wouldn't remember all these details.
And she's got like some kind of little crown on her head here with her ponytail. She also has an ID card with a 5-pointed star on it, along with what looks like, shoot, I forget the word for this. The Chinese, oh, whatchamacallit symbols. I'm totally blanking on the name right now, but she's from, right, like Hong Kong or China.
Interesting. I'm not going to tell you. I'll let you guess though.
And then ID card. What are those things called? The something grams, where you got like the different bars and the dashes.
That's not ringing a bell for me. I don't know, maybe
This
somebody in
is
chat knows what he's talking about.
this is gonna drive me nuts.
To the Google.
Uh, no, I don't want kanji or grams. I want to say there's like 8 different ones of them. Oh, hexagrams. Okay. Thought it was hexagram, but then I was like, no, hexagram means something else. No, yeah. A figure composed of 6 stacked horizontal lines where each line is either yang or yin. Hexagram lines are traditionally counted from the bottom up, so the lowest line is considered line 1, while the top is line 6. 1, 2.
So is this like a Buddhism related thing? That's
Oh,
interesting.
okay. Now that I have enlarged the image, it is, well, Now that I've enlarged the image, it is not that, but it does look like that from far away. Does her jacket symbol say BS on it?
That might be a hint. And that's not babysitter, before you ask.
Sitter. There are one. It's there, but there are still actually 3 different lines, which would, if this were a hexagram, this would be the symbol for wind, because line 1 at the bottom is the 2 separate dashes, and then above and below the BS are the solid lines.
Interesting guess.
Whereas the symbol for fire would be solid dashed solid. Perhaps
See a
I'm reading
question.
too much into this.
Question
But...
from chat as well. No, I haven't revealed the names. That's part of the game.
Oh shoot!
So,
Okay.
if for those of you watching, I can make the humble request for our friend Miliardo here, don't reveal the character's name, if you would, because we want him to guess. We'll make him suffer a little bit, just a little bit though.
Something else now that I enlarged this is I noticed. So this answers certain questions about how Kimono Mimi work in this world, because she's got contacts clipped to her cat ears but covering where her human ears would be.
That is a good thing to notice. Yes, they do have 2 pairs of ears.
And then she has a mic coming out of that. So then that must just be a decorative thing around her neck and not a throat mic. And then, yeah, 5-pointed star there, and her ID card there, and one of those removed before flight yellow thingies, along with a very dangerously holstered pistol with extendo mags.
It looks to me like a 1911, vaguely.
Yeah, it's got the beaver tail, and it's got the grip for it. And then she has a giant anti-material rifle back here.
No
Along
points for
with...
figuring out what that's used for.
Oh, is she another one of the same class as Horn? Because she's also got this giant shield here with spare barrels
Maybe.
coming out of it. I don't know if these are spare
That's a
barrels or
good
if
guess.
that's
I'll let you know
or
if you're right or not later.
they're either spare barrels or that is another weapon system they can fire from there. And oh, I like the asymmetry on the boots there. Which would imply that she's normally kneeling with her left leg forward, her right leg back, which, yeah, that would be consistent with a right-handed shooter.
Got that flat plate, is what you're saying?
No, on the left leg is where she actually has the knee pad. So, well, wait, hang on. Yeah. No, actually, because if I were firing from the kneeling, I would be down on my right leg with my left leg up. Unless it's meant to be padding on the right leg for kneeling and then like actual armor on the upright leg to prevent her getting shot through the knee. Which
If
would also
I
make
were to
sense.
guess, I would think she'd be kneeling on the right knee just from that. That looks to me like a knee pad that you have down on the ground. But, if I were wearing knee pads, that's how I would do it.
That would be... Used to do that. Wait, I were left-handed. Okay. That would be more comfortable. She shoots lefty.
Did you just test that?
Yes,
I was like,
that's.
what's he doing over there?
I'm double
I can
checking
just
my
hear
brain.
through the microphone, I can just hear like, stuff moving around. See, guys, we have a real one here. He knows what he's talking about.
The magazine placements consisted with, at least for the pistols, because consistent with a right-handed shooting. But maybe she shoots pistol right-handed and then goes lefty for the sniper rifle. Or maybe the artist. I don't want to say the artist didn't think it through that far because they put so many neat details on here that I want to believe he thought through like why he was making the asymmetrical knee pad shapes.
I'll give you a little
Uh,
tidbit here. You're definitely onto something with her being a right-handed shooter. So
okay.
you're not imagining that. That's correct analysis for sure.
Okay, then I'm just going to conclude that the left knee pad is actual armor to stop a bullet going through her knee, and then the left is more like the flat padding they put in combat pants. So it's, or sorry, left knee is armor to stop bullets from going through her knee because that's the upright leg, and then the her right leg has got like flat padding like they put in combat pants, so it's more comfortable to kneel.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I like her boots.
Yeah, it's definitely like some people in the chat are saying, definitely on the very practical end of things. I'll say this: not every single character in the game is designed with this level of practicality. Perhaps that implies something about this character's character.
Hmm. What other cool details we have? We have the 1911 stuck in the belt here, and then this also looks like it could be a holster. On the opposite of the 1911, you have what looks like it could be a holster for like a bolt pistol or something.
It looks like some spare mag pouches maybe next to that.
You get the mag pouches on the outside of the jacket, but inside of the jacket, you've got that. It tapers to a blunted off point, which makes it look more like a holster. I like the little X/ patterns on the end of her sleeves too.
There's one other key detail in here. I will see if you notice it. This
I
might
think
give
if
you some more clues.
I think if I enlarge the image further, I'll be able to read the text on her yellow tag. Black steel.
Interesting.
I forget if we've seen that name before, but it like the her outfit's vibe reminds me of Blaze.
They do look kind of similar, don't they?
Hmm.
They
I
might be,
reckon
they might not be, but I think they look similar. So,
I would believe they belong to the same organization, which would then make her another British cat girl working for fictional Hong Kong.
interesting guess.
That is my guess.
Okay. Yeah, just let me know when you want me to actually tell you or not.
Okay,
Although I guess
so
did you kind of guess where she's from? I think you probably know what she's doing, right? That might be pretty obvious. What's her profession?
another paramilitary operator type, except she has ice powers and fire powers. Looks like the ice is coming from. Oh, she's shooting her pistol, and there's ice flying around. Well, either ice or glass. And her character type appears to be. She's like the shy library girl, except all of the books are about weapons or how to kill things.
Interesting guess. Okay. What other vibes are you feeling?
Um,
I don't know if you want to like bigify the image on the right slightly. That might give you a bit of a
okay.
clue.
Yeah, also, she's doing something with her right hand by her hair here. I'll do it with a
I
bullet this big.
that I can talk about later.
Or is it missed him by that much?
I'll tell you this, I think she's just playing with her hair, but you know.
Hmm. And why is her index finger doing that? I don't know. I don't have long hair to play with. Maybe that's something you do.
One thing I really like about this is you can see the bullet coming out of the pistol,
Hmm.
and the gas is both coming out from the front and the top of the gun on the ejection port.
Yeah, that's a nice detail. You got the slide going back. Oh, and she has a, what is that, like an AR-10 with a flared magwell?
Yeah, some kind of fancy assault rifle. So this chick's got a lot of guns.
So she's got like this turret on one side, this cannon on the other, a pistol, and a rifle.
So a little bit of all range firepower, would you say?
Hmm. And several spare cats.
Presumably there's grenades in there too. I don't know. I can't see any though.
Um, oh wait, and she's got some companions here in the background as well that have horns coming out of their helmets. You got one guy far in the back here. He's got like some more like forward-facing horns and a weapon light on his pistol. And then like right over her right shoulder, you got this dude with like larger horns sticking up. And then you got like a third guy right underneath her turret. That's interesting. Okay, so she's working with some scary looking customers. Are those other monster girls underneath all of that armor?
Potentially. I have theory at least one of them is, but I don't know for sure. I had never looked this closely at the E2 art. I'll be honest. So that's a good catch.
And I think this is just glass. I don't think this is ice because she's there's a you can see the bullet hole in this glass. So I think she's just like destroying stuff. But I don't honestly. I think the fire is just there for environmental details. It doesn't look like she actually has fire powers. Just firepower.
I think if we compared her to Blaze, who we looked at last time, that might be an indication that of something like that. Yeah.
So I realize the chat box is being cut off. So I'm seeing that here. And then let's see. So we got country, personality, character type,
So this is a bit of
nickname.
an interesting one because I'll tell you this because you'd never guess otherwise. Her nickname is just her given first name.
Ah,
She's one of those characters. I'll if it's like a situation like that, I'll just tell you.
okay.
Because I otherwise you'll never figure it out. But if you didn't know that it's her given name, what would you guess like concept wise or thematically wise?
Hmm. I had a. Hmm. If she was a fox girl, she could be Firefox from Cheat Commandos. um, or Gunhaver.
Or firepower.
But not Firebird. Terrible
We already
community
we are
name.
we already had a Firebird last time, so
Hmm.
did my Arnold impression come through there? Looks like somebody got it.
I thought you were still going with cheat commando names.
I'm not familiar with that game.
Homestar Runner.
Oh, I know Homestar Runner. I don't remember Cheat Commando though. It's been like 15 years since I watched that.
It was their GI Joe parody.
I'd have to watch that again. But
The
I was
one
in like literally elementary school when I was saying that, so
a good rabbit hole to dive down into every now and again.
are they still making Homestar Runner?
Very occasionally,
Huh,
but
interesting.
they
Okay.
they've still got the old spirit, which is nice. Occasionally they'll come out with new merch for it and make like a video for that.
Yeah, she is holding the AR upside down. I don't know if that's like mid reload or something. That's what that would imply to me.
Um, Normally, unless she can reload with her tail. Normally, when you bring it in like that to reload from the right hand, you'd have the magwell facing the other direction.
So maybe it's just artistic choice.
Either that, or she was bringing. If she just had a malfunction, could be bringing it in to observe the chamber. Then gets attacked, realizes that it's faster to switch to her secondary,
Then reloading.
draws the pistol and fires, and she'll figure out the malfunction afterwards.
That's what I would guess is what's happening here.
Shooting at whatever's on the other side of this glass.
She had a little bit of a surprised look on her face.
Mm. But now I'm gonna get real nerdy here.
Oh boy. Brace
Is there
yourself, Chet.
is there brass sticking out of the ejection port? There's not. I don't even. Does this thing even have an
That
ejection port?
looks. I think it's kind of like that orange bit.
Okay. Oh, the
I don't.
safeties.
I don't see a charging handle. Oh, this hurts. Make it small again,
Oh,
please.
oh, oh! Why is
No.
this safe? No, go away. Yeah. All right, there we go. We're safe.
Oh, okay.
Like
Anyways,
it's
oh,
a
there goes you and the chat and me.
it's a Lovecraft character. Like I need the knowledge. Nope,
Remember,
nope,
chat,
nope.
don't speak the names.
That's okay. Chat's covered up right now.
Okay, cover up chat. Don't look at it. Don't look at them. But anyways, yeah. So those are some interesting code name guesses. I kind of like those. Do you want me to just give the deets yet, or you feel like you've kind of gotten through some of the most of your impressions?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out what this like pseudo origami looking hair decoration is, but it almost looks like a crane.
I like the way it looks. I have no idea what it is.
Like the shape of the swooshes is similar to the shape of the star on her tag here.
It could be that I'm forgetting a detail, but I don't think there's like a significance of it other than just looking good.
Hmm. I like how
So if I
shiny
get something wrong, chat, just let me know.
her eyes look really shiny too.
Actually, zoom in on her face and the other art. I want to see what you think.
Oh, wrong one.
There's Irene. Hi, Irene. Um,
Why do I feel like she's has like probably the most firepower, except maybe for Horn, of every character we've seen so far. But it reminds me, you know what that face reminds me of? Um,
What does it remind you of?
have you seen the panel? I think it's from some Madoka Dojin, so the rest of it's probably not worth seeking out. But there's a panel from it where Homer is like pointing a gun at someone, but she's like, I can't shoot because that will end the bullet's poor life.
uh,
Like that's the face she's making there is like the I have all this firepower, I really don't want to use it. She's just like, just die, please die, please die.
okay.
Right? Because
I do
especially
like
for like for a big dramatic art piece like this, you think they would want to give her a more like fearsome expression or badass look. So the fact that she still looks like panicked here
kind of freaked out. Go ahead and
is
roll
definitely
back the other one to Horn, and just for comparison, I think that might be kind of fun to look at. Oh,
yeah.
wrong one.
This one?
Oh, that's the right one. Yeah. See, very
Yeah.
different expression, right?
Yeah, Horn's like, I'm ready to destroy.
So you wouldn't. She's not much of a woman that would panic. You'd say.
Hmm. Yeah, this is the first character we've seen that like in her like badass, like big splashy artwork is still like looks panicked, and which is also helped by the way her cat ears are drawn.
She kind of looks like permanently sad.
Yeah, like she looks like a Phase Connect VTuber.
I don't know what any of them look like, so I couldn't say.
The meme is that Phase Connect is the sad girl company.
Oh, there you go. So you're going to go with the guess potentially sad personality.
Essentially sad, yeah, like I said, like sad, shy library girl, but she's reading about guns.
Well, I will tell you that that is a very good guess. You might be onto something there. Um,
Wish there was an easier way to shrink this without having to guess. There we go. That works.
I always found manipulating images in OBS to be a little bit of a pain in the butt.
Yeah, because it's like if I want to shrink it using like the click and drag, I gotta find the edges of the box. Whereas if
Yeah.
I can go in and alter the pixel count, but I'm like just guessing. But yeah, all right. How did all my guesses work out?
So pretty good, actually. I think you got her personality down really well. So props to the artist. Actually, is this the point where I tell you the code name? I guess it is.
Yeah.
So this is Miss Jessica Brinley. So again, yeah, you've never guessed that. It's not based on her concept or anything. One of the jokes, I think it's a long running one, is that when they were filling out the paperwork, she just wrote her name by accident in the code name box, and they just went with it. Would fit the personality. Definitely on the shy side. Definitely a little bit somber, perhaps. So she does not work for the exact same organization as Blaze does, but they have worked together. This particular group here, Black Steel, is a different organization. And as you're correct that they are a sort of paramilitary.
13 Nguyen Dinthin Koi is saying that hairpin is a piece of bullet that she got shot with. She made into a hairpin when she took out.
That sounds familiar. So I believe you. So this is a character.
Oh,
go ahead.
He got shot in the foot, and so now he's got a tattoo in the place where he got shot with like a tattoo of a bullet that says just the tip.
That's good. That's good. I'm gonna try to get you a file, just one file. Let me see if I can get this to work properly. Does you can just load up a WebM, right?
Probably.
I think you should just be able to drag this straight into OBS. Let's just see. Let's see if it works. The people have spoken.
All right, let's see if I. Oh, I think Discord interpreted your GIF as your GIF as a
It should be
uh,
a web.webm file.
yeah. Let's see if this works. Where did that file window just go? Oh, there we go. Aw, where'd you go?
Oh, you
Where
have to
where did it
you
go?
have to make it. You have to set it to loop. It sets it loop in
Oh,
the properties. So there's when you're in the base in game, you can like click on the characters, and they like interact a little bit.
oh my gosh, use full Moe blob.
So yeah, I think your personality guesses were pretty on the mark.
The artist makes it
Rather
pretty
soft
easy.
spoken.
Oh, it's interesting that the chibi is mirrored here.
Yeah, they have if they're facing the left or the right, it's just mirrored. So
That's good. It keeps all the distinct details on the side of the character you can actually see.
so you notice even her knee pads are different in the chibi.
Yeah.
So yeah, so as far as you're pretty close on how the gameplay works as well. Um, definitely a ranged type character. That being said, the big shield is kind of a fun one because that's actually not just like a shield; it's a mount for the anti-material rifle.
Ooh.
So
Does it
she
work
like
the same
sticks the
way?
shield in the ground and like flips it over and shoots. It doesn't work quite like Horn. Horn's actually more artillery. This is more direct fire. So she doesn't have as much range and isn't like an AoE type so much, although there is some AoE damage. She's maybe a little bit more defensively oriented than Horn was. Yeah, funnily enough, they're both in the defender class, which just proves that defender does not necessarily mean just defense. She's a little more offensively oriented than most defenders.
Hmm.
Do you want to do? Oh, do you want to? That's actually an interesting idea from chat. Is like suggest some fake names and see which ones you think it is. We could try that for one of these maybe. That could be an interesting idea.
A bunch of operator names and a fake one. Jessica being a normal sounding name, alongside names like Fiammetta, Exusio, Horn, and Flametail got voted as the fake one. Yes, the best defense is offense.
It turns out if enemies are dead, they can't hurt you.
Written under the doors of over the doors of the Defender Academy. Best defense is a good offense.
One of the fun ones you can do is you can actually stick Horn directly behind Jessica, and they actually pair very well because Horn's range is slightly longer. So,
get some Palmas going on.
It's just turns into like World War I, pretty much. And the riot shield's even a game mechanic. She deploys the shield, and it's actually like an extra body on the field. So
nice. So it buys you space as well as firepower.
It gives you space. It's extra health to soak up enemy fire. Generally speaking, it's a very good support option. So yeah, it's one where I think that comes through in the art somewhat, even if you didn't really know the game at all.
Yeah, it'd be because it'd be totally different if like she looks like kind of shy and sad on the left here, but then if she looked like grim and determined on the right, that's like a totally different character type. But the fact that she still looks like panicked, like, I don't know what I'm doing, as she's like casually headshotting a bunch of people with the handgun.
So here's a little tidbit that might make this interesting. This is actually the second iteration of this character. Um, they do this thing in this game where sometimes those alternate versions of characters, and it's usually like it's like in the future, right?
Mm.
Ken, you know how they did the time skip in Fire Emblem Three Houses?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that, although they're entirely new units. So the previous incarnation of her is more as a trainee. We may take a look at her later, but I thought this she'd be more interesting in her like sort of second version. You know, it's a little bit of character growth and such. So yeah.
All right. This
And
Chiefy is
I
so
think
sad. I want to.
technically she's actually American, not from Hong Kong in this universe.
Okay. Who does Where's Black Steel based out of then?
They're an American paramilitary company, basically.
Okay.
So, like I said last time, generally speaking, different types of animals are like mostly one. They're sort of XPs of real life nations, but that's not 100% like only that, right? So there's a little bit of wiggle room.
Okay. And I do not. Well, I guess minus the 1911, I don't really get like American vibes from her outfit, but I guess everything, all the costumes are like streetwear inspired, so there's
They're
going to be
trying
a
to be
heavy,
tactical.
yeah, there's going to be a heavy like Asian feel to all the costumes
Yeah.
because of that.
Um, the developers of this game were heavily addicted to Rainbow Six Siege for a long time.
Hmm.
So they there's a very heavy like that style of like tactical wear stuff um, in the game.
Oh, that was so I just got back from Tokyo, which is why the stream couldn't happen until today. But it was cool seeing like all of the streetwear and fashion over there. Is like it's not just like memes on the internet or like just something that like whatever their version of Instagram influencers wear. Like
Mhm.
they're like just people out and about like wearing all of these cool fashions. So that was neat to see.
So yeah, last bit of tidbit information that was brought up in chat. It's very uncommon for them to directly tell us how old characters are. I feel like that's a deliberate choice, right? So things aren't necessarily like too nailed down, right?
Yeah.
So, but there's a few exceptions, and Jessica here is one of them. She is 23 years old, and according to her record, she's already been working in the field for I can't remember if it's 5 or 7 years, but a
Okay.
while,
So she signed up right out of high school.
basically. Basically. Oh, and she's filthy rich. Somebody else mentioned that. So
I can see that.
7 years. Okay.
She's got some Ojo Sama vibes.
Uh, yeah, her family's loaded. So yeah, that was only 40 minutes for for one character.
All right, we're
Yay!
making good progress.
It, I, there are let's see this at least in this folder there's like another 25 characters. We will get to them when we get to them. So I actually prefer to take it slower myself. So you know
Get to Texas and W eventually.
we might force them in at the end just because I don't know. It's up to you.
Hmm.
We'll just fly. You know, figure it out as we go along. Let's see who's next.
Next is
So only
this
do the
guy.
first one for here. So hold on, wait. Don't show the second one yet
Okay.
because that's a little bit of a spoiler. So what do we got here?
Hmm. Okay. Here we go.
Is this individual
This one might be a dude.
So this is your guess. This might be our first dude, you think?
I think so, based off of the width of the shoulders and just like his overall stance.
So what else sticks out immediately?
He's some kind of medic, or well, no, hang on. So he's got like that thing with the cross on it. Looks like a first aid kit. I thought those were blood vials, but now I see the rings. So those are some kind of grenade. Here, actually, I will make this picture bigger again.
Bigify the image. Pull the lever,
Embiggen.
Crunk.
Got a lot going on here. All right. So
And in chat, some of
the
them
helmet.
are the base E2 art. Some there's occasional skins I'll show up as well. They're or just whatever I felt was fitting. So
So assuming that this is not all like part of the helmet design, this looks like some kind of beetle man.
good guess.
With all the spikes coming out there, and then like the setup and the color of his outfit is giving like doctor, like scientist adjacent vibes of like it's like a full body suit. It almost looks like it's completely sealed off, like not really, like you have the bands around the leg here, but like you don't actually have like a full seal on the glove here. So he's like it's not like a true biohazard suit, but like you're getting like biohazard doctor NBC vibes
So maybe
from
like
the
fireproof
uniform.
kind of stuff, maybe.
Yeah, like environmental resistance for sure. And then he appears to have some kind of hydraulic augmentation system on his legs.
That just makes me think, looking at this, of Doctor Octopus, from the Spider-Man. Not like necessarily like extra arms, but like the assisted movement thing going on.
Hmm.
There's all these tubes going everywhere.
Yeah, like they run down his arm as well, but I don't see any like actuators on the arm. Kind of come up from the chest unit here, around the back, onto the arm, down to the legs. Because he's got it on both legs too. And then he's got a nice big old hammer here with some words carved into it.
You might be able to read those. I don't know if the image is high res enough. I found the best ones I could.
You even got a little triangle here, like oh, so that's like so you've got what's probably a med pouch there, and then this larger tabard underneath it, actually at the very top. This almost looks like a clear file with some documents shoved in it. Oh yeah, I don't know if we're gonna be able to read that. Even if we go very, very big. Something, yeah, that's not high res enough, sadly.
So we'll tell you. It reads, "For evil men will be cut off, or shall be cut off." I forget which wording they use exactly. I
Hmm.
think that's a Bible verse. I don't know for sure.
Sounds to me what uh I'm a healer, but you will be amputated.
Amputation is healing.
Yeah, it counts.
There are several cases of "I'm a healer, but" going on in this game. So it's not an uncommon thing.
Even though those appear to be grenades and not blood vials, I'm still like his design is screaming like some kind of like cleric or combat medic, especially with the use of the hammer. So he's not using edged weapons, so he's not living by the sword.
Oh, Psalm 37:9. There you go. Maybe it says "for evildoers will be cut off." It depends on how you translate it, I guess.
For the evildoers shall be cut off, but those who wait for the Lord shall inherit the land. Alright, he's got a Bible verse on his hammer. He's definitely a cleric type with some kind of... as a cleric, he definitely has access to some kind of healing abilities as well. Alright, so far we're going to go with... This is a dude. He is a clerical slash... Well, he's a cleric, which means he's going to have some healing abilities, but also some offensive capabilities. And he's got hydraulically or pneumatically or something like augmented legs to give him more leg strength to help him swing that hammer around, or to help him like lift and carry casualties away. And country-wise, I want to say
this one's gonna be a hard guess.
The chinchilla was from America, right?
Chinchilla. Is that a bug?
Or not chinchilla, the jerboa.
The jerboa is the animals from Africa, actually. Lives in the Sahara.
Yeah, but the character was Colombian,
But
right?
Dorothy's Colombian.
So tentative guess is he's also Colombian. Well, that cross is kind of European looking, but tentative guess is Colombian. But can I see the other art now?
So, do you want to go to the next? Are you done with your guesses for the first one? Should we? Because your guesses may change.
All right, based off the first one, we're going Colombian combat cleric chaplain. Some kind of
drum roll, Chet.
Some kind of beetle creature, and it's a dude.
Okay, well, I guess if you're feeling ready, go ahead and bring up our next slide. Wait. That's Blaze. Hi, Blaze.
Why did this? Oh wait,
did that reset?
Okay, yeah, it reset.
Oh well, that is not Blaze in the suit. I'll just tell you this right now.
But no, look, they even have space for ears here in these spikes. Anyway, actually, since while we're with Dorothy, white and orange, white and orange. There you go.
So those of you who didn't catch the last stream, these are characters we covered last time. So you could watch the first one later if you're interested. Okay, drum roll.
It is a cute girl.
It's a girl. You got you baited. This was a surprise. Like, we weren't sure where they were going with this angle. This character showed up quite a while before she became a usable unit in the game. So they debated us as well.
And since there's no voice acting.
Not for enemies. So you didn't get any clue from the character's voice or anything.
Okay, so it looks like the horns are really her horns, but then the front horn is just a part of the mask. And then they're not hydraulically powered, but demon powered.
That's a reasonable guess.
Powered by demon's blood. Looks like you got some leaking out of one of the tubes there. Interesting. All right, some of my guesses have changed.
All right, tell me what possibly could have changed.
I think it's a girl.
Wow. Let's just give a round of applause here. He's very astute. High perception, this Miliardo fellow has.
This is the hard-hitting analysis you tune in for. And she's got elf ears?
Yeah, they're kind of like pointy a wee bit.
Okay, I'm gonna need to know more about the lore of the game here. So, she's not an
There
animal girl. She's
is
some kind of
she is
Nephilim girl, or
there is in fact devil people in this game. So this is our first one.
okay, are they?
They're a bit interesting. Rather than being based on animals, they're based off of mythological creatures. Um, so there's, for instance, vampires. There are gargoyles. There's actually liches as well. They're a little bit different. So they're based up. So they're not all necessarily specifically mythological animals, but it's sort of there's a supernatural vibe for this group of people, and they're all kind of like related, so to speak.
Okay.
They're like different tribes of one larger whole.
Is this a specific mythological demon then, or just, demon?
It is, I think. I don't want to say anything that's incorrect.
Okay, you sort of got like some spirally goat type horns here, but other than that, I don't see too many clues for.
Like somebody in chat said, I think it's a gargoyle. I don't remember. There's a lot of lore, and forgive me if I forget some of it.
Yeah. So then, am I looking at an alternate form she can assume, or is this like the source of her power, which is why, like, is this just like a demon battery that fuels her attacks? I'm more inclined to think
yes or no.
I'm more inclined to think it's.
I'll let you do some more guesses first, I think, before I reveal too much more.
Okay, I'm thinking. Alright, this is going to be a gameplay guess. She can go into some state where her battery here pops out on the battlefield, which increases her attack power, but he is now something vulnerable to being attacked. And if he's destroyed, she loses a bunch of power.
Interesting guess.
Right, like so like on the left here is like her mix between like healing and offense, and then this on the right you can go like full offensive mode. Not quite glass cannon, but like now there's another thing on the battlefield you can attack to weaken her.
So for the record, chat, he has never played the game, so he's making these guesses totally just off the art. And he's gotten some of them very right. So yeah. I don't know if you want to keep sort of musing upon that, or I don't know, what else are you thinking here? I can give you a little hint. Look at the shape of this art.
Oh, it's like she's in a like in a crystal ball or inside of a sphere. Is that what you're getting at, or
That might be a significant detail. She balling, yeah. She's like a monkey ball. She rolls. No, not actually. We don't have any Sonic-like characters in this game. Nobody rolls, as far as I know. Some people do headbutt, though.
she can't go into her Bowrock form here and just roll around?
Not quite.
Oh, there's someone falling here in front of her.
Like hands or something.
Yeah, you got the swirling blood aura around as well.
The ribbon kind of goes around a circle. I don't think that's significant. I just think it looks cool.
I like the detail, like you got the like demon blood coming out of the tube here, and then you can see like some of it spilled on her arm here and on her torso.
So if you had to guess, you already tried to guess where she was from, but has that guess changed? Knowing just the tiniest bit of lore.
Is hell a country in...
It was a country.
Okay. Oh wait, if she's if she's in the same class as like the Phoenix girl, then is she in the Papal States?
Interesting guess.
The artwork looks European-ish. I don't think she's American.
Okay. So your guess has
Yeah,
changed.
I would guess she's I'm gonna go with Papal States, like the like same rules as Hellboy, where it's like, oh, we have a demon person on our side, we should probably keep an eye on them.
Okay. What do you think about a code name? Does something stick out to you?
For some reason that now has me thinking about the sphere again. Uh, Code name Malleus,
Is
or
Malleus
I guess
a demon?
Malia would be more appropriate for a female. No, Malleus means hammer.
Hammer? That's a very good guess. Uh, Bubble Girl? No. Nice try, chat. Um,
Or here, do we want to do this one where chat can list some fake names amongst the real
let's.
ones?
That's it. Let's try that one out. So you don't look at the chat. All right. Okay, chat. List a couple ones. Like I know what the real one is, but you guys list a couple good fake ones and see if we. So let's see if we can figure it out. I see we've got a few.
Here, hang on, let me cover chat up here.
Oh, there you go. Put the suit in front of the chat and standing on your head.
There you go.
Don't get crushed. Okay. Let's see. All
Is
right.
is this sphere supposed to be like in case of emergency, break crystal ball?
Yes and no. I will tell you in a moment.
Or is there like a Vatican Pokemon trainer that just has a bunch of
I'll
mythological
tell you this.
girls?
She is not a Pokemon, and there's not a Pokemon trainer. So good guess, but no. Um, okay. Well, let's tie a few up. Okay, so let's see. Let's list some fake names. Let's start with Bubble Girl. I think you're probably not going to go for that one. Let's do.
Here, I can type
Do
these
you want
up.
me to just? Do you want me to tell you? Or you just want to type them all yourself? Okay.
Yeah. Do this name guesses.
So whoever
Okay.
suggested this, good idea.
All
I
right.
hadn't thought of that.
First name, first potential real name.
Do you want me to list them out and you type them?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start with Sledge,
Ledge.
Mudrock,
Rock.
Diablo.
Diablo.
Let's see, Bailiff. Might have to make the text a wee bit smaller. Behemoth. We'll go up to like 7 or 8 maybe. Cement.
And
And then just for fun, Brick Wall. And let's do one more. Big Bob. Yeah, the text is white on white, so we'll
yeah,
have to.
we'll fix that here.
Okay.
Where's the size at?
It should be in a box, and you can like smallify it.
Opacity, background color. Oh, here we go. Select font. Yeah, size 256 is a little extreme.
Yeah, we like our images big, but that's too big even for us.
Here we go.
That's readable. Is that readable, chat? That look good. Okay, so we'll let you guess. What do you think? One of these is real and the rest are fake.
Shoot, I might have seen one of these in the comments on the last video.
How dare you read your comments on your own videos?
Um, let's see. All right, we'll eliminate. I don't think it's Big Bob.
Yeah,
Um,
So
I
you don't think
don't
her name's Roberta or something like that?
know. Um, I don't think it's Brickwall either because that would be a defense-oriented character. Cement's a
Big.
possibility.
Okay.
Cement's a possibility because the hammer looks like it's made out of cement. Behemoth. Behemoth and Diablo feel slightly too on the nose. I mean, I don't know. This is the game that gave us Blaze, but
Also gave us Jessica. So
yeah. And considering that you normally see her in her like suited up form, so I think the most convincing ones. So I think I saw her name in the comments was Mudrock, but I think the most convincing of these names that like feel within the spirit of their naming conventions would be Sledge, Mudrock, Bailiff, and Cement.
okay. Well, you're correct. It is Mudrock. This is what you get for reading the comments.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine.
I probably would not have guessed Mudrock if I hadn't.
You hadn't made the connection. Yeah, that's fine.
Because
We'll try it
like,
again with the next one.
yeah, I think I probably would
So,
have guessed either Bailiff or Sledge.
so Big Bob is actually another character, as some people have said in the chat. Actually, one of Mudrock's friends or associates. He's actually got a similar thing with a giant suit, but he's got a chainsaw instead of a hammer. So it's just a funny coincidence. And then there's also another character named Cement.
Son, why is she called Mudrock?
Why do you think she's called Mudrock? Don't overthink it. It's pretty straightforward.
Is she has earth powers?
Yep. Her magic relates to rock and stone, baby.
Hmm. So congratulations to whoever suggested Sledge, Bailiff, and Cement for most. They win most convincing fake name awards.
Rock and stone, and you're never alone, as it said.
Hmm.
If you want anybody on Hoxies with you, you want this chick. She'll smack the Glyphids with the hammer, and they will all die.
Hmm. And we won't need to bring a digger along with us either.
You don't need a driller, no. She'll do it for you. Actually, she does everything for you. You just stand there and collect the paycheck.
They just send down the pod, and it's just her.
Yep.
I mean, with
So
the
there's a
suit
fun
on,
little.
she could pass for a dwarf.
The suit is a little tall for a dwarf.
I don't know. It's got
When
it's
the
got kind
with
of
the suit,
it's dwarfy enough that I thought it was a dude in there.
she's a little stocky, but that suit is noted to be very very large.
Hmm.
And so when she's not in the suit, people don't know she's the same person.
I'll say she's quite
Um,
slender.
she's 5'3", 163 centimeters, and I think the suit's like 6 feet tall or something like that. I don't know if that was directly stated somewhere, or if I just imagined that in a dream. But yes, it's noted the suit's very tall, and she is not. And she never took the suit off for a long time, and so even the people at her own squad didn't actually know what she looked like.
And they're just like, there's also this gargoyle girl that just kind of hangs around the place. We're not sure
Yeah.
what she does here.
So knowing that, what do you think her personality's like? So we kind of did this in reverse order this time. I think that's fine.
Okay.
But so you know what her magic's like. You kind of know a little bit about some of her background. But like, what do you think she does, or what do you think her personality's like? Like, if you talk to her, what do you think it would be like?
When does she spend most of her time in the suit or out of the suit?
In the suit.
I'm gonna go with more reserved personality then. She probably only opens up to a few close friends.
Okay. What else you feeling?
Um, the suit is very feels very no nonsense and business oriented.
Okay.
And the fact that she's got the evil will be cut off engraved on her hammer, she definitely takes her job seriously.
So you're correct. She does have a certain sense of justice.
And is there prejudice against like the mythological creature girls compared to the other animal girls? Like, is the suit also to disguise the fact that she's part gargoyle, or is that like a non-factor?
That is a very fascinating guess. What implies that to you?
Um,
Would it just be like just how fantasy settings work, or maybe something just how the way she looks?
a lot of fantasy settings go for that sort of thing, and a lot of the time, like a, a lot of fantasy settings do it poorly. Or like Ruby's a good example where it's like, no, the bunny girl would not be bullied in school. Like everyone in school would be trying to protect the adorable bunny girl. Like when
I
they
had
just
similar thoughts with Ruby as well. Yeah.
it's when they take a simplified idea of like where they're like, oh, they look different, so they'll face discrimination, and it's like, no, that's usually like not not how it works. There's like other factors that are going to motivate the discrimination, and then it's just easy to tie it to the visual appearance after the fact.
Okay.
But in this case
So
specifically, I figured like there's not going to be discrimination in setting against like all of the animal girls because they're like the majority of the cast. But I could see there being an exception for right, like even if there's like a
yeah,
general class of characters based off mythological creatures, it's like she's a demon girl with horns coming out of her head. Like I think some people are gonna might take issue with that.
that's a really interesting guess. So how much background info do you want? Do you want just a tiny bit? Because you're onto something. I'll give you that. I don't want to color your
Hmm.
perceptions of possible future characters, so I want to balance this with not saying too much.
Okay. Um, like I feel whatever organization she's part of, like her coworkers probably treat her well because she does spend some time out of the suit. But the fact that she has the horn there, which makes you think she's a beetle girl instead of a gargoyle girl, means having the suit on probably makes it easier to interact outside of the organization.
It's noted that the suit also it's impossible to tell who's in the suit based on the voice. Her voice is different when it's on,
Hmm.
so it functions as a disguise partially. Um, so yeah, her group.
Do
There's definitely some unkind feelings towards them. It's a long story, and since I don't want to plot dump, we'll maybe save that for later. But you're correct in picking up on something along those lines.
so I'm gonna go with like reserved but not shy, if that makes sense.
That's pretty much on point, actually. It's a good guess.
Right? Like if she's got the suit on, so she's not like shy, but she prefers having that like she prefers being able to have like the physical as well as like the personality mask for her interactions with like the outside world.
Very much so. Yeah, she's pretty quiet. Like I said, a lot of the squad members of her little group didn't know what she looked like, which would imply she doesn't talk to them too much.
Hmm.
Um,
Can they even tell, like based off of the way her voice is modulated by the suit, can they even tell if she did they even know if she was a guy or a girl?
they didn't. This was a point of mystery for a while.
They're just like, that's Mudrock. They don't say much.
Yeah. So this character was actually a boss enemy of an event before she showed up as a usable unit.
Hmm.
So this thing in the suit was walking at you
That's a good boss design.
I know, right?
Walking at you menacingly with the hammer.
She'd smack your dudes with the hammer and they would just die. Like, yeah.
Making some mechanical noises as she moves her legs. Oh, we have a visitor. Hello?
Visitors.
It's Minna Vanilla.
Hello, everyone.
Greetings.
How are you?
I'm good.
Talking to chat.
Oh, chat's good. Chat's lively today,
Oh, very nice.
and we've gotten
They're
through.
having a good time. We've
We're
got
on
the two characters.
We're on 2 characters.
When did you start?
9.
Ah.
77 minutes ago, in fact.
So actually, we're sticking to about 40 minutes per character. Some consistency here.
Oh, wow. That's some jokes.
Okay, hang on a moment. I need to answer a question for Minna. So, I'll be sitting right here, but I'm going to be muted for a minute.
Well, I'll entertain you, chat. Don't worry, you got me. I'm sorry. But yeah, see, looks like people in the chat here at least read the lore, and I'm glad to see that. One thing I've noticed is since there's a lot of text in this game, a lot of people just don't bother to read the character bios even, and I'm just kind of like, man, they're interesting. Why would you not want to read those? But I don't know. We had obviously there are some excessive like text dumps at certain points. Kelsey, but yeah, I actually find these to be quite interesting. I was doing some of this week when we were kind of preparing for this. I was just like reading through some of the bios, and I was like, oh, I forgot about that detail, or this, because when did Mudrock come out? Like 3 years ago, so it's been a little while. So I had to go do some refreshing on some of the details. We got some lore notes. It's totally fine. It's an interesting game. So I recommend taking your time with it, especially if you're newer, and actually read what's going on. And if you are playing the backlog of events, I'd recommend trying them in the order they released myself. But it's up to you. I have another friend who I was actually going to do this experiment on beforehand, but then he went and he started playing the game, and so I couldn't use him as an experiment anymore because now he knows everything. And I'm like, darn. So Millie over here was the next best option. So yeah. So that's my little story here. Let's see. Who was real? Who was real was confusing. I mean, I figured out what was going on, but some of them could be a little bit, a lot. Those entire spreadsheets. I know that there's some people who make like channels on the YouTube with these sorts of things, and they're like, oh, here's what happened in this event, or here's this thing. Of course there's op records, and I don't know about you guys, but I look at my little I open the operators tab, and I look in there, and I'm like, oh, I've got like 70 notifications. I'm like, oh, look at all the op records I haven't done because I keep adding them, and I keep forgetting to do them. And so, you click on the little button, it's like, here's one's notifications. It's like half my roster. I'm like, oh. So I've kind of been hacking at those a little bit recently, and I'm like, oh yeah. Usually you're like, oh, here's the new module. I'm like, oh no, here's my 70 op records to read. And there's just like, well, there's all the modules that are out recently too. I've been doing a few of those. I don't know. Is everybody enjoying CC? You guys having fun with that map? I'm not. Flying invisible enemies. Hypergriff. Why are you like this? Why are you like this, Hypergriff? I'm glad I have Horn and Inez. Making my life a little bit easier. I was kind of hoping it was going to be like 12. 12 was a blast. I had so much fun with 12. That's the one with the Avengers like sprinting across the map to murder you. But that was a good time. That's where Dorothy hard carried that stage for me because she just binded the Avenger for like an extra 3 minutes or something like that as the stage went on. That was a good time.
Oh yeah, are there in actual gameplay, are there like hexes or squares, or it's just like
it's a grid, it's squares. So there's ground tile and then there's range tiles. so to speak. Or some people call them melee tiles and range tiles, or high ground, low ground, same thing. I think you might be correct in guessing that this character is a low ground. Most melee characters are going to be low ground or melee tiles. So, whereas someone like Fiametta is a ranged tile because she's a sniper. So,
Right. No, we
yeah.
already did the name here.
We did the name here. Yep, we kind of covered a lot on this chick here. She's a fun one. She's a very strong unit. I'll say that. Do you want me to tell if your gameplay guess was correct or not?
Yeah, I was about to ask.
So, sort of. The suit, I think, implies high defense. She is not, in fact, a medic. She doesn't heal anybody except for herself. That's what that circle is. She actually generates a shield, and it will totally negate an enemy attack and heal her when it happens. So it's one of those things where it's like they actually got the gameplay element in the E2 art directly. You just wouldn't know that until you used her. So they can stack, and noted for being able to, because it's just negates damage. Doesn't matter how much damage the enemy does. So she excels against things that attack slowly with very heavy hits. Also, big HP pool, big defense, which you might have been able to gather from the suit, right?
Okay, so you need to attack her with like a bunch of small attacks so that you can just like negate the shield and then attack before she has a chance to regenerate it.
Yeah. So both as a boss and as a unit that you're using, heavy ranged damage tends to chip her down pretty well.
And then is the demon battery, does he appear in game or is that just part of the lore?
That's a good guess, but he does not. I think that's just more of a metaphorical representation.
Okay.
Some characters, this is a bit of a weird one because sometimes things that show up in the E2 arts are like actually there, and sometimes they are not. Like the cats in Jessica's art we just looked at they're just metaphorical, right?
Okay.
But some are real, and you will see some of those later. So it's just one of those case by case things.
Gotcha. It's just such a specific detail to have like the tubes coming out of them.
I think it looks cool. I mean, yeah, she's not associated with the Papal States either. So,
okay. Oh yeah. Let me. Let's see. The cross on her, what I thought was the medic bag, is European looking. Not associated with the Papal States. Let's see. What does that architecture look like?
it's a good point by one of the chat members too. Is that some of these people use their blood to fuel some of their magic. That isn't a common feature in some of these types of characters.
The Germans were like the goat girl.
So it's interesting you mentioned Germany.
She's from that region, Bohemian.
Yes and no. Events happen in Germany, so I think that's kind of why the artist chose those sort of spires looking there in the background. Or maybe I should be more accurate. It's the Holy Roman Empire, not specifically just Germany. So it's got some other bits in it too. Yeah, so the country formerly known as Hell, let's put it that way. There's a bit of a diaspora going on, is perhaps the way to describe it.
Okay,
of
so
these people.
former Soviet Union.
The former what?
Former Soviet Union.
It's not a Soviet Union, so that's not to say I'm like talking. It literally was like the country where all the demon people lived. So and it no longer exists.
Yeah.
Oh, you're making a joke. Okay.
I'm dunking on commies.
Hey. I was like, she's not Russian. There's Russians in this game. I don't know if we'll see any today.
What was like the country formerly known as Hell? Was it tied to a physical location on Earth, or
it was actually a physical place? More than once.
Does it change locations each time it appears?
I think it has. One of the details is places can move, like the cities themselves. So it's not like things are necessarily in like the exact same land. Some places are, some places aren't. But again, without going like full lore dump mode, I think that's a detail for later.
And Rishiro Kazuhira is saying that the creature behind her is a gargoyle.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Okay.
I think that's correct. Wow, English.
Saying biblical gargoyle. The only gargoyles in the Bible are indirectly referenced when Christ says the rocks and stones themselves would cry out, thus foreshadowing the existence of gargoyles, which then would tie into our rock and stone powers.
It seems like their subgroup is all related to the Earth. Some people say behemoth. I actually don't know off the top of my head, so I'll just believe you.
Let's pull up Behemoth and Job, see how he's described, because he sounds more like a dinosaur. Let's see.
I just think of the behemoth from Kingdom Hearts. A little bit different.
All right, here we'll see. We'll see how this gargoyle stacks up against the description from Job, chapter 40, verse 1524. All right, little biblical digression here. Look at Behemoth, which I made along with you, and which feeds on grass like an ox. What strength it has in its loins, what power in the muscles of its belly. Its tail sways like a cedar, sinews of its thighs are close knit. Its bones are tubes of bronze, its limbs like rods of iron. It ranks first among the works of God, yet its maker can approach it with his sword. The hills bring it their produce, and all the wild animals play nearby. Under the lotus plant it lies, hidden among the reeds in the marsh. The lotuses conceal it in their shadow, the poplars by the stream surround it. A raging river does not alarm it. It is secure, though the Jordan should surge against its mouth. Can anyone capture it by the eyes, or trap it and pierce its nose? I believe the modern interpretation is that he's talking about a hippopotamus, but I will point out that I have seen hippos at the zoo, and I would never describe their tails as swaying like a cedar.
I would imagine it to be something else entirely. Maybe even a little bit bigger, but I can see the water dwelling aspect with them mentioning the river.
And it would have been a known, powerful, threatening creature of the region. I believe the
so definitely an association with the earth, perhaps.
Yeah,
like the ground, right?
My friends who wanted to be a paleontologist, his theory was that this sounded almost like a description of some dinosaurs.
I can imagine that, yeah.
The tail part especially would match that.
It's like that one dinosaur with a spiky tail. I forget what it's called though.
And there are plenty of like marsh dwelling dinos you could try and tie it to. It does feed on grass, so.
I don't think Mudrock eats grass. I think she eats normal people food.
Yeah.
But I don't know for sure.
This gargoyle, I mean, the way the gargoyle's teeth are drawn, they could be a lot of molars for crushing grass, but I do not think the gargoyle here is meant to be behemoth.
There's varying levels sometimes of meaning that the artist put into them. Some of them are more literal than others, like I said. I feel like this one's more metaphorical myself. I feel like it's Specky yet. No, it's we're only on our second op today, so we're taking our time. I could see her eating rocks as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that actually happened.
Chew on some pumice to strengthen her teeth.
Yeah, a little bit of granite just for some spice, you know.
Oh, also interesting gargoyle trivia while we're here. So gargoyles were originally built as decorative water spouts. So if you have a sculpture on a building that is not a water spout, it's a grotesque rather than a gargoyle.
Right. I think you've mentioned that in the past. So fun fact. So characters have skills, right? And sometimes they can have 2, sometimes they can have 3. And they can sometimes have rather interesting names. So the name of her third skill is Bloodline of Desecrated Earth.
A
little ominous sounding, perhaps.
I like it.
But I think it might dovetail into some of the stuff you've mentioned and guessed.
All right, what was it again? Something of Desecrated Earth?
Bloodline of Desecrated Earth.
Ooh. There's a lot there.
Sounds pretty chuny. I mean, but it's cool, you know.
I mean, there's a bit of a chuny vibe running through this whole game, but I like it.
I mean, yeah. I'm not going to argue there. It's anime. It's, you know. There are some characters who are super chuny. I don't know if we'll be seeing any today, but, you know, it's back and forth.
Bloodline of Desecrated Earth. Okay, so people don't like them because they blame them potentially correctly for some disaster that occurred in the past.
Yes and no, but maybe more yes. That's at least my opinion. Opinions can vary on the subject. I'll just put it that way.
I'm definitely gonna have to stream the gameplay at some point.
I hope you like reading.
I do, and I read
good.
very, very quickly. Actually, that'll be the challenge. We'll be like,
go slow,
like,
so people can
does
actually follow.
Does chat want to follow along, or do I just read at my pace?
Just do the Cliff Notes version, yeah.
Summarize it, or just be like, chat, just watch the VOD at like 0.75 speed or something. Oh, that's some nice thunder outside.
I wish we were getting rain. It's just hot. It's June. What do you expect, you know? It's pollen season, and it's finally coming to an end, so I'm not like dying horribly every time I go outside now.
Good. I don't think we really get that so bad over here. We just get rainy season.
For where I'm at, it's the pine trees, because I basically live in the woods. So
yeah, it's bad when I go back home. The Ohio River Valley like traps everything. The air quality around there is really bad.
Oof. But yeah, so there's character number 2. Any other last minute thoughts, or do you want to move on?
I want to give her a head pat.
She deserves head pats and maybe like some peace and quiet.
Interesting.
So here's our next character.
It's like a lion girl.
You can bring up the next one too. This was not a spoiler or anything.
Oh, yep, I was right.
What gave it away?
The mane.
It does look a lot like a lion's mane, so yeah, I think that the artist got that part down.
Oh, and they also literally put like a lion face on her sleeve here, but the mane really tipped me off because I was just like, oh, it's Botan with a hammer.
There were jokes about this. Yes.
I like her. I like the shoes here. They look sort of like running shoes, but also sort of like water shoes.
Practical, in a word.
Okay, there's a lot of interesting design elements here, right? So we've got the shoes. We've got I like how the red inner lining of her jacket combined with the zippers means that when her sleeve's just hanging there, it looks like one of those flying tiger shark tooth mouths.
That's kind of cool.
She's got a very she's got like the Swiss Army knife of the medieval battlefield here. Besides the longsword.
I myself am a big fan of the hammer.
I like the added spiked handguard there. And then she's got lion claw slashes across her shirt, which looks neat. Spiked collar, big floofy hair. And then she's got a lollipop. Is there a Chinese ban on depiction of tobacco? Like, is this like Sanji's lollipop in 4Kids One Piece, where they want her to be able to have?
You're a little bit more towards the 4Kids One Piece. Now, it is actually a lollipop, but I think that there's another character we'll see later on, which is definitely a case of it's just. I can't believe it's not cigarettes. You know.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, like, the way she's holding it and like the vibe of her character, I'm like, I think they just wanted to give her a cigarette, but they can't.
I think they went with that and then made it into an actual like lore detail later on. That's my theory.
That she likes sweets.
She does. Or, well, it's flavored. Let's put it that way. Not necessarily sweet.
Is it blood?
She's not a vampire.
Let's begin this a little. Oh yeah,
we could probably drop the names off on the side as well.
The lion face right there. Okay. Her expressions look very different between her two art forms. Like, on the left here, she looks very, like, gloomy. Actually, wait, let me see if I can find the picture. You know what she looks like on the left here?
Google Foo. Yeah, I think the jacket's cool. Like, I would wear a jacket like that.
The expression on the left almost looks like this. Nope, that's not what I... That's not... I'm trying to drag and drop an image.
Oh, we found a web page. There we go.
There we go. Can I not drag and drop an image from a browser into OBS?
I think you might have to save it.
Drag it onto my desktop. There we go. Almost, but not quite that face.
Thanks for ruining this for me.
You can't unsee it now.
God. Oh boy.
Okay, yeah. So right. So on the left. Okay. Here we go. This sums it all up. Right. Left face. And then the right face is the lioness. There you go. God. You're welcome.
Well, okay. I don't think I have anything else to add. Yeah. Okay.
Is that someone for her two personality modes?
I don't think so.
Or is the artist trying to make her look like imperious here? Like,
I think it's a little bit more the latter. I don't think this is what they use as their artistic interpretation or
okay,
inspiration. If I had to hazard a guess, I don't think this is it. I don't think this is quite it. But good guess. Wow. Yeah.
right.
Wow.
I'll take the cursed knowledge away now.
And here I thought I was the weird one. See, it's the quiet ones, chat. The guys who you think are like super calm.
This is a normal man. He's married. He has kids. Like, what's the weirdest thing he could say?
Well, it is his stream. He gets to do that. I'm on my best behavior, you know.
Well, now
Average
you've
flavor
seen
member.
now you've seen where the limit is set.
That's funny. Yeah, this is some of the older art in the game. So she was in the launch party, so to speak. You'll see even individual artists, their art styles will change over time as Link, and some will improve a lot. So it's one of those things where, yeah, even with this character's skins, we don't have any of those in the pack today, but yeah. So this was probably drawn in 2018, maybe even 2017. It's unclear. So I have a suspicion that sometimes with some of these, they didn't have the character as ironed out in terms of like their whole story because it hadn't been written yet. They had the idea, like some of the general ideas, but there's some where I feel like they had a really specific ideas for what they wanted to do, like Dorothy, for instance. Because I think they wrote her story before they designed her visually speaking. I think that with this character, they probably had her design ironed out relatively early on and did more of the other stuff later on. So I think there's probably not as much in terms of, say, story details in the artwork itself. That's a theory I have, at least. So I don't know if you get the same vibe or not. Considering we have very different knowledge of this game.
I could see that. Like, there's not a ton of accessorization on her outfit that you could like tie to a bunch of lore details. Like, it
Like
seems
if you
more
compared it to
like,
Jessica, right?
yeah, this is more like probably like a lion, a delinquent lion girl.
That's a pretty good summation.
But I like the design because it's not very visually busy. I also just noticed she also has like the fur collar or the fur trim on her collar,
That's like a mane.
which looks really good here on the right image where she's like in this imperious like Lion King stance.
That does have actually some plot detail in it a little bit there, but I won't say any more than that. So you're definitely picking up on something. So I think that some of the directions given to the artist, they had a few of the major points out basically, and that's kind of it, right?
I like the posing the artist's given her. Both images works really well.
One of the lions even has like a mechanical arm. Got a little bit down there in the bottom of the image.
Oh, it even says lion hammer.
Yep.
He's got a
It's a
muzzle
lion
on.
hammer.
He does not have a muzzle on, but he has scrape across his face and a mechanical arm, probably from the same fight. And then this guy's got. Are those lion NVGs on his head?
I think he's got night vision goggles. I think that's just art. As far as I know, there are no lions with night vision goggles in this game.
This is why cats can see so well in the dark.
Yeah, I know, right? They're all doing this. Well, actually, if anybody would have night vision goggles, it'd be Jessica. But you know, because she has the money for it and the gear.
Hey, they're getting a little more affordable. But yeah, Jessica would show up with like the quad nods or something.
Made out of just like pure platinum.
Some really, really nice like PVS 31s with the Ecati attached. She's got the thermal imaging.
But yeah. So there's some metaphor going on here, some maybe literal. It's a little unclear. Well, it's not unclear. It's just that I don't want to say. So
Okay. It'd be spoiling things.
yeah, I don't want to say too much, but I think you're getting the vibes.
Oh,
Personality wise, what are you thinking personality? Like if you were to talk to her.
I'm getting, especially from the first image, I'm getting like the high school delinquent style character. Except since she's actually a line girl, she's probably as tough as someone else would be pretending to be.
That's more or less a pretty accurate guess. Yeah.
Like the right images has got that expression of like, oh, you think you can talk to me?
But typical like schoolyard bully. I'll tell you this: she is part of a street gang.
Yeah,
maybe even running the street gang.
That comes across very clearly.
Oh yeah, she's also definitely not in high school.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking of the vibes. Like the dude, it's escaping me. What's the Japanese word? Sukeban, I think. You know, like in the anime, like the girl that'll have like the long hair and the like super long skirt. Like what's her name from Fruits Basket?
They're like I think I know what you're talking about. I'm trying to remember. Like I don't have a whole lot of knowledge of Fruits Basket. My sister watched that. I never did. I was bored.
Like the Japanese high school delinquent archetype, except in this case, she's actually a gang member.
Yeah. Another fun trivia fact. Yeah, we do see all of her other gang members are now characters you can recruit. It took a while for them to show up. Some of them came much later than she did, but it took a while for the story to get there. I didn't put any of them in the pack today, chat. So unfortunately, I wanted to hit some more of the highlights, but we'll maybe look at them later. Some of them are pretty good. There's a whole theme going on in the background here, which I won't say for our esteemed host here, but he might pick up on it if he saw some of the other ones. But yeah.
For country.
Where do you think she's from? I was just about. We were on the same wavelength there. What do you think? Where do you think this chick's from? We haven't looked at Specky yet. No.
Cat girls can be from all over the world at this point, right? I know we've had some from England, and but Jessica was American, right?
But remember, America is like founded by English rebels, so
yeah. So by extension, Anglo-Saxon. Shoot, I guess I'd be looking for a British colony in Africa then. Maybe Egypt.
I guess okay.
Casablanca.
I can see where you're going with the lion motif being from.
Yeah, am I
Africa.
Am I reading too much into the lion motif?
Yes, in the wrong way. So the lion thing does have something significant, but you'd be correct in having that she's English.
Something about the I can't explain what, but like something about the hairstyle says like English. I can't explain it any further than that. Like some kind of like, I don't know. I've never gone clubbing in England, but some kind of English party girl vibe from the hair. Am I way
I haven't
off?
made it across the pond. I would not use the word party girl in this character in the same sentence. But yeah. So this brings us to the subject of silly code name. What do you think might be this character's silly code name?
Kitten, if you're going for really silly.
It's not Kitten. No. I will tell you. I'll give you this hint. It is not her given name.
Okay.
So it's not going to be like Jessica or something random like that.
Right.
It's
Okay.
it's
So
something else.
she's not named Catherine, so people can like here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
So yeah, we can get. Let's get a couple suggestions from chat as well, since,
All right,
since that went.
let
You didn't read
cover
anything in the
chat.
comments last time.
Let me.
So what do you got? What do you got for us, chat? What might this character be named? Sledge again. If one of you guesses cement again, I'm just going to ignore it. If you guess Botan, I'm also just going to ignore that one. Okay, you ready?
Ready.
All right, we've got Sledge. We've got Hammer. We have, let's see, we have Saber. We have, let's see, Pride. We have, come on, guys, Artoria.
That's in the same. That's in the same category as Botan.
It's, I know we've got Hammer.
I think we already have Hammer. Yeah, we have Hammer already.
Oh, we already put Hammer. Okay, Scar and Queen. Any other ones, chat? Any other good ones? If you just say some other variation of a Fate character, I'm ignoring you. Not that you're wrong, but I'm ignoring you. I see the resemblance. Let's see. Let's do one more. Siege.
All right.
Okay, that's 8. Let's guess. Dun 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 dun. Actually, what is that? Jeopardy? Yeah, you're not timed. Don't worry. It's your stream.
All right, so I'm eliminating Scar, Artoria, Pride, and Saber, which leaves Sledge, Hammer, Queen, and Siege. Of the two Hammer-themed ones, I think Sledge makes more sense than Hammer, so I'm eliminating Hammer, which leaves Sledge, Queen, and Siege. Queen seems too on the nose, which leaves Sledge and Siege. I'm gonna go with. I want to say Sledge. Siege has very Arknighty vibes to it, but she does have a big hammer, even though it's not really a sledgehammer. Okay, now it's tough.
So you've got between Sledge and Siege. That's the decision. There's arguments for both.
I can't remember if you mentioned last time that Sledge was another character's name. I'm not gonna...
I don't remember, so I can't even spoil.
Siege doesn't really fit her character story though. Like gangs can't lay siege to places most of the time. Typically they're more hit and run. Or just like all. Oh, this is tough.
I could feel the tension. It's palpable.
My gut can't even tell which one it thinks anymore.
These are some good suggestions, chat. It's a good job. You'll get a cookie.
I'm gonna try Siege.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
Ding, ding, ding. Bingo. This is Siege. It's a good guessing. You guys heard that logic he was going through, right? It's like that was actually pretty good.
I was like going through like Sledge and Siege and being like, if this character straight up on screen, which one feels more right? And something about the vowels in Siege. I was like, no, Siege just feels
It just rolls off the tongue better, doesn't it?
Yeah, than sledge.
I thought that was going to be the giveaway.
Siege rhymes with liege. And liege has similar letters to
It's also a
lad.
good point.
Yeah, yeah, siege
Interesting
rolls off
thought.
the tongue better.
So this is our girl Siege. What do you think she's like in gameplay? What do you think she does?
Smash.
He's a genius, folks. I can't make this up.
Reading the
So, yeah,
card explains the card.
She hits things with her hammer, a little bit like Mudrock, although they're in different roles. They do just both coincidentally have large hammers.
Does she do like have knockback effect on enemies? So even if you don't kill it, you've like sent it. You've bought yourself space.
No, but she has stun,
Hmm.
which would fit with hammer, right? Would that have been your next guess?
Oh, maybe. So when characters are leaders, do they also confer some kind of like leadership bonus to the characters they're close by to? Or is that more just lore only?
It depends on the character. This character does provide stat boosts to members of the same class.
Okay.
And it's called, her talent is called King of Beasts. And it gives attack and defense to vanguards.
Nice. Yeah, I really like the weapon head design.
Fun fact, her skill 3 is just called Skullbreaker. So, I mean, that's, it's pretty straightforward.
Nice.
And she is just about 6'8". She's tall.
Hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say she takes up like half the screen here.
She's approximately the same height as Blaze.
Liz is also super tall.
Blaze is also 5'7" or 6. Sorry, did I say 6'7"?
You said 6'7". Okay.
Sorry, she's not 6'7". Right, wrong. Sorry, I read 60
I was like,
inches.
oh, that's
172 centimeters.
very tall.
So she's a tall lady. Yeah, she's not 6'7". I don't think anybody's actually that tall. So
This is why I hate centimeters. Like, who can imagine 172 centimeters?
I can convert if it's in millimeters, but so if it had been like, because I know like millimeters to inches actually pretty well, but yeah, so I play too many games involving boats.
25.
It's like 25.5 or something, 25.4.
25.4.
But yeah, this game does have a case of like Asian height syndrome, where a lot of people are just short. Because that's considered like, average height. So it's being 5'7" as a woman in this game is like exceptionally tall.
Okay. Minna would be huge if she was ported into this game.
How tall is she?
5'9".
Oh yeah, she'd be gigantic.
Looming over everybody else with her giant.
I'm only
sourdough.
Just barely 6 foot, so it's like I would be super tall in this game as well, even compared to most of the males. So there you go. There's a few exceptions. There's a few really short, really tall people, but yeah.
Oh, so then when am I forgetting? When Mudrock's in her suit, then she's like huge.
She's like 6 feet tall in her suit, and when she's just walking around, she's like 5'3". That's why people don't know she's the same person, partially, because there's like a huge height difference.
Mudrock should be 2 meters tall, but we don't live in that timeline.
Her suit, she actually like inflates it with rocks and stone, so it's actually like fills up with fat while she's in the suit. It's all magic.
So then when she's like takes the suit off, she has to like dump all the rocks out of her boots.
Basically.
Well, that explains how it like fills out the bulk then.
Yeah, because she's small. She's dainty.
Yeah,
Siege is not dainty.
Yeah, it's like, I don't care how thick the material is, like, even really thick material isn't necessarily going to hang like that on somebody that petite. So that actually makes a lot of sense.
Alrighty. So
All right.
interchange chat for just a second. I drank too much Monster Energy and I need to go to the bathroom, so
All
I'll be right back.
Here, I'll just give my most unhinged guesses on what's next, but we'll see what chat's been up to. Let's see. Hero of Logic, hello. Knights is scared of making men and women tall. Imagine gauging distance like, oh, how many centimeters is it from here to the moon? Oh, that'd be hard to do even with feet, but wait, how many centimeters is it from here to the moon? Distance to the moon. Okay, 384,400 kilometers. So then if we keep moving that decimal point back, we're going to get, it's 38.44 billion centimeters from here to the moon. So there's
Wait, 30, what? We're going to the moon?
38.44 billion centimeters from here to the moon.
That's a lot.
Yeah, so there you go. Metric's a very useful system for imagining distances.
I would have called it one moon foot, but that's just me.
One Titan's foot.
Yeah. One Apollo. Oh, that's the unit we're using. One Apollo.
The
There
Apollo.
we go, baby.
Distance from
Oh, dabs on the moon. Anyways.
So then, can we call the distance from the Earth to Mars one Carter?
Ooh, cultured. You could also call it a John, but that's also a toilet. So let's go with
Yeah,
Carter.
yeah. Let's go with Carter.
That sounds better.
John's used for too many other things.
But yeah.
So then, the distance from Earth to Pluto is a hell of a distance to travel.
That's a long time. Yeah, some of the skins chat we'll see a few. I decided just to stick with Mudrock's base too. She's got one where she's like in an evening dress. It's really just a dress skin. Okay, you can play dress up with your anime JPEGs, right? Oh, hey, we got our next character.
This is interesting.
You can bring up the next one as well for the other one. This one's not any
No
kind of spoiler.
spoilers.
Well, actually, don't bring the other one up yet.
Okay. So we got.
I want to see if you can guess something first before we see the next.
Snow leopard.
Yeah, absolutely correct. She is a snow leopard.
This is quite the interesting design. There's a lot of personality in here.
I like her.
I'm also going British police again, based off of the checker pattern.
Interesting guess.
Or wait, yeah, it's because like Granny also. Okay, no, sorry, not British police, but she worked for the Mounties the same as Granny.
Maybe, I won't say, but that's good. That's a good guess.
That makes sense for a snow leopard to do that. Oh, nice. They've got the fur trimmed boots. I guess that's not the top of a stocking. That's just a thigh bracelet.
Yeah.
Oh, this is cool. So her weapon is also mountain climbing gear. That's neat.
You think she climbs mountains?
Like, the outfit's not really suited to it, but she has the gear. And she is a snow leopard, so it fits. All right, yeah, let's pull up the other skin as well. Oh yeah, she definitely climbs mountains. Oh, I like her shades. Those are cool looking.
Very like vaporwave.
Yeah. Okay. This has a little bit more party girl vibes than Siege.
It's a good guess.
Or at least, I mean, I know it's gacha art, but she seems to be walking around and posing herself as if she's showing off to an audience.
So, okay, you think she climbs mountains?
Yes. I
Okay,
should think
good
so.
guess. You are correct.
Yeah. Yeah, actually in both designs she's got boots, so I think I like that. I like the outfit on the right more though. It's a cool jacket.
Don't look at chat.
Oh,
They're going crazy.
with fake
Behave
names
yourselves, chat.
or they're just
Not the fake names. They're having a fun time. No, don't worry. I'm just saying. It's like we'll get there. Have patience, chat. Patience. We'll get there.
finally a character that will like actually talk to you and that is probably fun to talk to
I would agree.
after all of the reserved, shy, or imperious characters.
It seems like pretty much most of the chicks we've seen so far have been some kind of quiet type.
Hmm.
At least of the two we've seen today so far. So yeah, both Mudrock and Jessica are pretty
Yeah. Oh yeah,
well
I guess we only have been through
deserved.
two. No, wait.
This,
We're on our
oh,
fourth character, right?
sorry, Siege as well. Sorry, I forgot about Siege. Um,
Whereas that's the smile of somebody that is having fun,
sociable, perhaps.
sociable, mischievous, impish, one might say.
Okay, mischievous. You're onto something there.
Especially since she's got a entangling weapon. Like that's the
Do
kind of
you
weapon
think
that
of any hints about her gameplay that might give you?
yeah, she can. She said there's like high ground and low ground,
Mm-hmm.
so she probably can either like go from one to the other or has some bonuses to like crossing obstacles. And she can
Interesting
also
guess.
probably use that weapon to yank. If there's like an enemy on high ground, she can use that to yank them down so she can melee them, or at
I'll tell
least
you this outright that
jump up to the
she
high ground to
does
attack them.
she can pull enemies. So you got that immediately. She's capable of yanking dudes.
I like they gave her the collapsible hiking stick here as well.
She's got like some rope on her belt loop as well.
Hmm. The carabiners. I like how thick and fluffy they made the leopard tail.
What other details might stick out?
Let's see. She's got the armband. So again, I'm sticking to. I think she works in the same organization as Granny. So because she's
Okay.
got the Commonwealth police markings, but being a snow leopard and hiking in the mountains, I feel like Canada makes more sense than Britain for her.
So are you
Uh,
getting vibes of like cold environment is what you're saying?
yes. Costuming aside, I also like her double. Like she has the fingerless gloves over the full finger gloves here, which is cool looking.
Oh
So
yeah,
there,
that's a neat detail.
well, there's what other things do we have here? She's got this cool braid coming down from her left side, which I'm sure is modeled on the chibi version, because that's a nice distinct detail and adds a splash of color to the black and white design. And what else we got? She's got a backpack. Uh, yeah, no guns, so melee only. And then I'm curious what this jewelry she has around her thigh is, if that does anything or if that's just a purely decorative feature. Oh, actually, they did draw a. Hang on. Something going on here. There's the tiniest little thing.
Oh, is he noticing something?
She's either wearing sheer stockings or it's stopping something from falling off. I know. Okay, yeah. So she does in fact have stockings on her left leg. They're just see-through, but the artist did draw a little bit of folding in the fabric there where it meets this leglet.
Leglet, huh? Interesting guess. Interesting guess.
Or it's covering up a larger scar where she had another leg grafted on.
It's a good guess. So, for the record, chat, he doesn't know much about plot details or lore background, which just makes this whole experiment work. So there's some stuff that could be significant that he might pick up on, and he might not pick up on it conversely. So I'm just interested in hearing these details. We'll wait for him to finish before we say too much more.
What else we got? We got a cool cross strap there. That's just a neat shirt there. I like the diamonds pattern there, which would also make it warm if it's like quilted. She's got some kind of necklace here as well. Or snow leopards from the Himalayas, I want to say.
I think so. Yeah.
So I want to say, like, because she's also got this like very specific braid here, I'm gonna say she's another, like, it's like Granny, right, where she's not from Canada, but she works for the Mounties. So she's probably from the Himalayas, and then went to Canada to work for the Mounties. So this is her tie back to her original culture here in this braid.
Okay, interesting.
Backpack. Good hiking shoes.
I would wear those shoes in real life. Those things are pretty slick.
Then let's see if we missed anything on the right here. Again, she's got the same thing as Granny here too, right? Where like the visor of her, it looks like the visor of her cap, but that can probably fold down to be some kind of face shield. At least it's big enough and it's shaped enough that it looks like you could do that.
Okay.
We already hit the armband. Yep, she's got the rope with carabiners. I like the cat paws on the equipment there. And I would wear these boots. These are cool. They look very warm.
So you get any codename vibes yet?
Not quite. Okay, and you've got the same. Wait, is it on the same? Hang on. This could make. This will let me know if she's wearing sheer stockings or if that thing is covering something up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. The
Her
placement.
hips are turned at a slightly different angle in these two perspectives.
They are. That's why I'm thinking the placement of what could be the bend in the fabric seems like it's consistent across both images. So I do think she may be wearing this leg thing to cover some kind of scar.
Okay.
And then, okay, code name. All right, wait. So we'll go down the list. All right, so.
Oh yeah, let's do the list thing this time, I guess. Chat, are you ready?
All right, so personality-wise, much more outgoing, sociable, enjoys the outdoors, somewhat mischievous. From the Himalayas, but works for the Mounties.
So don't spoil anything, chat. Let's let them figure it out.
What else do we need to hit? Code name? Do we just have code name at this point?
Let's yeah, just code name, so we can go ahead and list some of them off. So clear the list.
Let me hide the chat again.
Ooh, there's some good ones in here.
It's hiding.
Hide the chat.
Don't forget to mix the real one in there with them.
I will mix the real one in there. Okay, so do you want me to start?
Yeah.
Okay, so first guess, Glacier. Second guess, Mountain. Third guess, Summit. Fourth guess, Long Trek, like long trek. Fifth guess, Cliffheart. Next guess, Peak. And then one more, Rope. Let's see. And then Cliff Jumper.
All right.
So let's see.
Glacier, Mountain, Summit, Long Trek, Cliffheart, Peak, Rope, Cliff Jumper. My gut's saying
These
Peak.
are some really good ones, chat. So good job on these.
My gut says
I would believe some of them.
my gut says Peak, but we're gonna go through my. We'll use the process. Here, and I can actually, if I leave this window open, I can delete these as I eliminate options. All right.
Okay, what are you thinking? What do you want to eliminate first of these?
I think I'm gonna eliminate Mountain first.
Okay.
This will be really funny if that's what it is, but Cliff Jumper, I don't think is possible. Well, I don't know what copyright laws are like over there. Cliff Jumper is already a transformer, so I don't think it's Cliff Jumper unless they're naming her after him as a homage.
Well, they remember this is also China, and they don't really respect other people's intellectual property. So
Fair enough. I was like, I know I've heard the name Cliff Jumper before. I'm like, where is that from? Glacier, Summit, Long Trek, Cliffheart, Peak, and Rope. I'm gonna eliminate Glacier just because the two R2 showed me neither one has indicated that she has like ice elemental powers.
and then there were 5.
Heck. Long Trek is like weird enough that I could believe it's a name, but I don't think it's her name. Cliffheart doesn't seem to fit the naming conventions they've used so far, because they've typically either been like a single word or a real name or like a foreign language word.
And then there were 3.
I really do think it's Peak.
So are you gonna just go ahead and eliminate the other 2?
I'm going.
You think
going for Peak?
You're going with Peak?
Yeah.
Drum roll. I don't have a soundboard, but incorrect.
Incorrect.
Good suggestions, chat. Good suggestions, chat. Those were some pretty great ones. Peak was a good one. I liked Long Trek. Whoever suggested that one, that was a good one. Yeah, Glacier maybe. Yeah, we got him. He got Siege, so we gotta like be a little rough on him here. This is Cliffheart.
Really?
Really? Because she likes climbing. I feel like there was a little bit of English going on when they picked her name, but yeah, Peak was. Okay, that was good. That would have tricked me if I didn't know what she already was.
Peak's a good fake one because it's like it works for the character type, it works for a name. It's like short and cute sounding. So Well done, whoever picked Peak.
That's let me show you. I just linking it to you now. Her chibi, just for fun. Yeah, some names are literal translations. It's a bit weird sometimes, and even then, there can be some localization changes between the regions, even into English. Like I said, it's mostly consistent, mostly. But for instance, Blaze, who we talked about earlier, is Huang in Chinese because that's Chinese for Blaze. So not all characters have their names changed. So Granny is Granny in Chinese, as far as I know. So it's mostly like the same, but not always, and it just depends.
Where do you go?
Oh, there she was. Hi, Cliffy. I call her Cliffy personally, but that's just because I think Cliffheart's a bit of a mouthful.
Oh, that's right. I forgot to loop it.
Yes, I said it's a loop.
There we go. Oh, that's cute.
So she whips that hook and pulls dudes into like holes and stuff. That's a thing in this game. There's like holes, and if you pull an enemy or push an enemy into it, they just die. So it's a whoa, there's a fly. Yeah, character model jump scare. There she is. So again, the big hat shows up. The hooks, the braid is present.
Oh yeah.
So with the small details you mentioned. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. How did I do on the other guesses?
That pretty good. She is actually not, in fact, a member of the police, so that was incorrect. But you did pick something up with the braid. They're a bit of a weird place where she's from, and this I'll tell you some of this. It might impact some future guesses, but I feel like you would have guessed that anyways. They come from a place that's kind of Tibet meets Switzerland, I guess is the way I would describe it. So it does not have a direct analog to a single real world culture or nation.
Okay.
So
you basically
it's got some from several.
Mash the Alps and the Himalayas together.
Yeah, it's like maybe like Nepal. Maybe a little more like Nepal, Switzerland / Norway. I think it's kind of a cool fantasy culture. But this one does not have a direct analog, and it's a lot of the stuff I could tell you about it is just like plot detail. So it can be something that's I don't want to say too much, but yes. So cold environment. Not Canada. Canada does not exist in this world. I'm kidding, but Canada does not exist.
Wait, who does Granny work for then?
She works for the British.
Oh, I thought you said she worked for the Mounties.
They have the Mounties, but
Canada doesn't exist. Canada doesn't exist. Gotcha. Okay. Why does she have the?
Oh, maybe I need to sit closer to my microphone. I apologize.
Is there is the checkerboard pattern there just to look cool then?
I think it's just to look cool. Same with the visor. It's just a cap that sticks out. Her hat makes me think of a newsy hat, like the kids who would sell newspapers in like 1920s New York.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, am I a robot? Do I sound like a robot to you?
You do not sound like a robot to me. The stream health looks good.
Then let me know, chat, if it continues to be bad. I can just like unplug it and plug it back in. So I'm not being one guide.
Looking in OBS, you've been saying stuff. It's reaching like the peak of the orange into the red, so maybe I need to just drop the audio decibels. Is it sounding like he sounds robotic because it's like loud and like peaking, or does it just sound like a robot?
Are we getting the audio cutting out more like? Hopefully it recovers a little bit. Oh, it's still choppy.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Oh, you did? Okay. I wonder if that's just our internet, because I'm connecting to you from long distance, so...
Yeah, we are many, many centimeters away from each other.
We're actually like the centimeters of half the Earth, almost. So,
which I believe is the distance the cells of my body strung end to end. I think it's their first. No, was it your cells can loop around the Earth twice?
Hmm.
So half of one. So a quarter of the cells in my body.
Still a very long distance, regardless. For a Discord call. Oh, you know what? Let me bounce it real quick.
We could
We'll
try.
see if that works.
You know what else we could do? We could try using a voice channel rather than a direct call.
Let's try bouncing over to the server then, real quick. Let's reconnect then. I'd see you in a second. Okay, test.
All right, how's it coming through now?
I hear you just fine. How does chat hear me? Am I robot squirrel? Does that sound better? Oh, wonderful. Okay. Wow, technology is an interesting thing, isn't it, chat? Like sometimes it works wonderfully, and then sometimes I can't work because Amazon Web Services, I can't connect to it, and then I just have to sit there and twiddle my thumbs. It's a fun time. But yeah. Anyways. Okay, so we looked at Cliffy.
Yep.
And we checked out her chibi and everything. So
I
decided, chat, to put these characters next to each other in the order. The next one we'll be seeing for a reason. So bear with me. So we got Cliffy. We got her outfit. That's actually not her E2 art. It's a skin. I just think it looks better than the E2 art. So I picked the one I thought looked better.
The one on the right here.
The big one, yeah, the one on the right. Her E2 is she's just in a different pose. That's it. It's like I said, sometimes they're hit and miss. We'll see one I think is a miss later, and I'll see if you think the same thing. We'll just wait and see. I think, like I said, sometimes the artists have to learn, they grow, they get better, and they do better work later on. Like this is the same artist. Obviously, this just came out later, and
Gotcha.
I think that when they have more time, like when they commission a skin for this game, I think it's like, it's not like, oh, this has a really short deadline. They give you a while to do it. That's what I hear. So and they also aren't like, they don't have to be ready when the character comes out. When the character is released, you have to have two skin. You have to have like the base art and the E2 art. And then when you do a skin, it comes out just later. It's later, and they get special effects sometimes. So yeah, this is one of her skins. I don't remember if this was the free one or not. Maybe neither of them were free. It's been a long time since this came out, so this is like year one. Here, but anyways, without further ado, go ahead.
I'm turning this into a scoreboard here. For that way people can see what characters we've done.
Oh, if you got them right.
And then
you did well. We didn't do the guessing game for Mudrock really because you kind of knew it already.
Yeah, so those two don't count. Siege got correct, and here I'll put her real name.
Put her real name,
and then I'll put the name that I guess.
So, little tidbit. Her first name is Encia. That's actually her given name. I don't know if that's supposed to be a reference to some cultural name, but that's her first name. So here's our next character.
All right.
You can bring up the other one.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
It's also very large.
We might have to start doing these one at a time here.
Yeah, some of them might get a little bit big. They're totally just covering you up, you and me both. That's fine. They can hear us.
That's all right. We're not live 2D or anything.
We're not the important part here.
Yeah. I think
so.
Chat would rather look at them. All right. So another snow leopard. So then this is probably either.
Oh, that's a cool fact. Okay.
A family relation of Cliffheart.
What makes you think that?
Same animal type and same like hair color.
I might point out one more detail.
Same braid.
Let's see if you can. It's the braid. So that's a very good guess. I think there's not point in being coy about it. This is Cliffheart's sister.
She looks like the older sister.
She is the older sister. You were correct.
She
So
has
yeah,
a bigger, fluffier tail.
was it bigger? Is that what was the giveaway?
Her whole design is just more like, yeah, just looks more like mature.
Fluffy is the word,
Yes,
I think.
more fluffy.
Walking pillow.
And she's got this cool bell thing.
So what do you think? What do you think she does?
Some kind of like shaman class, magic
Okay.
user class. Like,
I mean, even outside of like gameplay, like what do you think she does?
oh, so like, I feel like, right, she was the eldest, the older sister, so she like had to inherit the family duties of the culture, whereas Cliffheart was free to go out and climb mountains and stuff. She's part of some kind of organization based off of the badge she's got on her shoulder there.
So that's the same badge that Cliffheart had on hers. It's an emblem.
And let's see, what else? She's got the big bell. She throws the big bell into the sky to do something important. And she looks, that's like not quite sad, but like she looks sort of solemn. Like, I feel like whatever she does, whatever her like spiritual religious duties she has as keeper of the bell, uh, probably weighs on her a bit because she looks like she is fluffy, but she is tired.
So she needed some coffee, maybe.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh shoot, real quick. Is this just a sheer stocking, or is that leg decoration serving some
Oh,
other purpose?
that does serve another purpose. And you're correct. There's some kind of scar under that. That's a bit of a plot detail,
Okay.
but it was. I'm rather interested that you noticed it on both of those. That's a good eye right there. So yeah, we did kind of skip over that one. That is significant, but yeah, plot. We'll just say plot.
Hmm. Let's see here. Very different sorts of boots. They look almost like they're, yeah, I think they're high-heeled boots. Ooh, nice trim on the jacket. Let's see what she does. I don't know enough about the lore, I think, to say beyond that she's fulfilling some kind of spiritual role based off
Okay.
of the giant bell, based off of the additional, like, she's got the braid, but then she also has this necklace of beads. She has this like small headdress kind of thing. And then she's got like the patterning on the robes as well. Like she looks like a large fluffy cleric. And then based off this art
Okay.
as well, she's throwing the bell in the sky to do something. It looks like, here, right, let me get the full picture of this. Is this the E2 art?
Yes. So this one's not a skin.
Based off of the artwork design. Man, it's hard to tell what kind of magic it is though, because like the raggedy edges make it look like it could be more like an offensive type of magic or like a positive buff. Um, the stars though look more like some kind of shielding magic. So the overall costume, well, it's white and black though. So, oh, what was that class? Final Fantasy 3, where it was like you were like it was one of the highest level jobs you could get, and it was basically like white and black mage.
It's not blue mage, is it?
No, it was called, what was it called? And this was Final Fantasy 3, like the actual Final Fantasy 3.
Oh, so not 6. Okay.
No, Final Fantasy 3 DS jobs.
Just remember, chat. No spoilers.
Default jobs. Okay.
Being sneaky, we're making them guess.
Let's see. What was it? So you could get Devout, Magus, Sage, I think? No. No, yeah, because right, like you could go. Was it
I
Devout?
haven't played 3 myself, so I could speak to that. I didn't start Final Fantasy until 6.
I think it
so-
was Sage. Let me.
Because I thought the red mages were like black magic and swords.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
was that what
then
that was?
Sages are adept mages who have mastered all levels of black, white, and summon magic.
So it is Sage. Okay.
So they can basically learn every
Interesting guess.
spell type, but they're MP limited compared to the other ones. Which would also fit her role as like a religious or cultural and not really and or she is a religious / cultural leader. So I'm going with Sage, whatever that would translate to in Arknights terms, like offensive and defensive magic, or offensive magic and healing magic.
So you think her sort of cultural role is like a religious figure, and her gameplay role is like some kind of hybrid between offensive and defensive.
So then personality is like, she looks sad in this picture. I think she's, given her leadership role, I think she's going to have like a maternal personality, but she's weighed down by all of the duties that her role thrusts upon her.
Okay. So you've kind of got, you could probably assume she's from the same place as Cliffheart.
Yeah.
Okay. And I kind of already told you what that's like. It doesn't have a real world analog directly. So yeah, what do we want to do the codename guess yet, or do you have some more thoughts first?
Let's see. Oh, so when you
kind of
say
got the personality, you've got like what she does, you've got where she's from.
with her country being a mashup, including Switzerland, do they have the same role of Switzerland as being like the neutral place?
I'll tell you this. Not exactly Switzerland diplomatically. They are relatively neutral in terms of geopolitics.
Okay.
But it's not like the world's bank. It's not that kind of thing.
Okay. I'm also noticing she's got something on her left wrist in both of these.
I think she's got a watch on.
That's what it looks like.
So I also got like very slight like Star of Bethlehem vibes from the E2 art. I don't think that's what they were going for, but it looks to me like that. You know?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, especially
like
the way the like
snowflakes
smaller
coming off of it.
stars are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is just a watch.
So I will point something out for you.
Actually, let me see if I can spot it.
There's a detail I'm going to point out. Let's see if you can figure it out. I think you can.
All right, let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
But it's not the braid.
Red, white. Not the braid. Not the emblem. Not the watch. 3 bells. The bell. Oh, the diamond pattern on the bell is the same as the diamond pattern on her sister's shoes.
Is it? Let's hang on. Let's look at Cliffy again.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it might be.
I think it is.
Shoe time. Okay.
Right? You've got the diamond within the diamond.
You know what? That actually might be true. It's a little hard to tell given the shape of the bell, like how it's turned. I could see that being true.
Yeah, in that one, they're also not showing it off. What else have we got? Fluffy tail. There's the blue ribbon coming off of the bell. And she's got something on her wrist. Oh, wait a minute. On the right image, she's got like a black and blue bracelet on her right hand that is absent in the first image.
Why don't you go take a look at the left image? Go take a look at Cliffheart again. On our first image.
Oh, it's the same shape as what's around her neck.
I wonder what this could signify. Keep an eye out for those.
Okay.
They serve a practical purpose, but I won't go
Gotcha.
into that part yet. But you'll see these on a lot of characters. Some of them have them as armbands. Some of them just put it around their neck. Some put them on their ankle. It varies. But
And
they
this
actually
is-
serve a practical purpose.
And this is like that's not just a cultural thing to them. That's like an Arknights wide thing.
Yes. It's a piece of technology. I'll just say that. Some people put it on their tails if they're the right shape.
Okay.
So
Zatanna,
So-
you did not miss the naming yet.
do you want to do the naming? Oh, let's actually take a look at her chibi first. Hang on. Let me set this one to you as well. This is just her default attack animation. I think you'll like this one.
It should have shown up.
See if it pops in here. I should have downloaded more of these before the stream. That's my bad. I could have probably stockpiled these a little bit better, but I just didn't think about them until super late. Oh, we got a looper.
Aw, that's cute. Ring, 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 ring.
Aggressive dinging. You know that meme with like there's like the girl walking the street and she got her hands in her ears like the boy with
Yeah,
the
the
trumpet
guy with
behind
the
her.
trumpet.
It's like they move the trumpet. This is kind of the vibe I get.
It looks like she has a glove on in this one too.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a shading thing or if that's like actually what it's supposed to be, but
It's dinner time, everyone.
fancy feast. Oh my god.
It's Lunchables today.
Might be a shitting. And some of when it comes to pulling stuff out of the game, it can sometimes be a little bit weird just to get files. So they're mostly fine, but some of them can be a little bit funny looking sometimes.
I like that they like rigged up her braids and everything too.
There's a lot of movement going on. Yeah, got a fever and the prescription is more cowbell. Christopher Walken. You got a Christopher Walken here? I'm walking here. I don't know. I forget how the skit goes. I haven't watched SNL in years. But but yeah. So is it time for the guessing?
I think it's time.
This is my favorite part. Okay.
All right,
You
let
might
me
want
make
to bring
sure
up a second text bit.
I'll just do it in here, and then we'll the winning name will.
Oh, you can just delete it. Okay.
Yeah.
So okay. Let's begin with the guessing chat. What do you think her code name might be? And I will insert the real one. Okay, let's start with first guess, Harold.
I'm assuming it's that spelling.
Herald.
Yep.
There you go. Second guess, Celeste. Third guess, Snow.
Right.
Fourth guess, Snow Sant, like snow, Sant.
Oh.
What else you got for me, chat? Let's see. We've got next. Yeah, Snowsant, like Snowsant.
Okay.
Those all come from chat. Next guess, Ritualist. Okay, next guess. I'll have to spell this one for you. Praminix. Pram Inix. Or sorry, Anix. That's how they spelled it. The first I is an A. And then the next guess
Right, the first
is
I.
the first I is an A.
Brandman Nix.
Yeah. There you go. Next, KJERA.
J R A.
I guess like Kiera or something like that.
Okay.
And then let's see. That's what do we have? 7. Okay, let's get one more. Let's see. Ira. EIRA.
Or area.
Maybe it's area.
Okay.
So some of these might be real. Some might even be mispronouncing on purpose.
Okay.
So
And
that way you
then,
won't know for sure.
You'd said her first name already.
No, I said her sister's first name already.
Okay. All right. And is this a code name or a real name? I wonder.
It's the code name. This one, her code name is also not her given name. So
Yeah. Let's see. I want to know what Praminix means in Latin, but I'm worried that if that is actually her name and I Google it, it's like she's probably going to be the first thing that shows up.
I would refrain from Googling any of these names because if you do, odds are you're Googling the character.
Okay.
It's popular enough that it will show up.
Can you Google Praminix for me to get me like the Latin root word?
Yeah, hang on. This does not appear to be a direct
Latin word.
Latin root word. Maybe if I spell
Yeah.
it differently.
That's all right. Okay. Herald, Celeste, Snowson, Ritualist. Well, it'd be interesting that you mentioned the Star of Bethlehem because that would also fit with her being a herald. And her sister's name, her name was Cliffheart. All right. I feel like Snow is too simple. Celeste sounds more like a real name and not a code name. Ritualist sounds like a class name, not a code name. Snowson is sticking around right now just because it's so weird that seems odd that seems like a very very specific name to make up, but so is Praminix.
All right, we're down to
Kira,
5.
Area. Yeah, and Area and Kira, I could believe, are her real name, not a code name. Harold Snowsense Praminix. I don't know what a Snowsense is, unless it's like Snow Saints, but like without the I.
Like I've said, there can be some English occasionally.
Yeah.
But is it in this case? Maybe, maybe not. I know. I see you guys chat.
Praminix.
Hold. Just wait for it. Just wait for it.
That's all right.
We'll
I can't see chat, but
now, he's blocked you all, so you can talk at me, but he's not looking at you.
Harold. Oh, this one's tough. These names are all so weird. Plus, I feel like what you guys are doing is like taking stuff related to her from, like, right? I'm sure one of those real names is her real name, and she probably is a ritualist class. So now it's like, is Praminix her code name, or is Praminix her actual title in her culture? I see how you guys are messing with me. Let's see. Hang on. You know, we're gonna go with the Star of Bethlehem route. We're gonna go with Herald. Final answer.
Final answer, Harold. All right, chat. You ready for the reveal? Drum roll, please. Brrr. It is not Harold.
Is it
So
snow?
Minato has fooled you twice.
Is it Snow
It's
Sense?
not Snow Sun. Although that's a good one. That's a good one.
All right. What's her
So
name?
what if you know it's not those two? What's the one you would go with?
The Praminix.
It's Praminix. It is, and the chat was saying this. I was being a little bit coy. That's why I was glad you didn't Google it. It roughly translates to first snow, prima nix.
Okay, so they're doing English with Latin.
They're doing English Latin, and that first I is an A, so it's Prama.
Oh, so I was looking at. It should be spelled like that.
Let me see.
Prima
The
Nix.
stream's just like a second or two behind, so it takes a second to take. It's Pramanix. So it's kind of hard to spell.
Pram.
Or maybe did I get that right? Am I actually an idiot, chat? No, I'm correct. It's Prama.
Hang on, I'm googling her name now.
I have the web page up. I can see it. Pramanix.
Gotcha.
There you go. It's a bit of a mouthful, but yeah, it's what do we say? English Latin. Latin. I don't know. I'm sure somebody's come up with something for that, but yeah, it's rather funkily translated Latin. Ratin. I suppose that would work a little bit, wouldn't it? But yeah. So you did guess correctly at her religious role. She's actually got a fairly important religious role. Maybe the most important in the country. So yeah, and you also nailed it on the head. See, chat, he's getting some of this stuff really great. That she does have a somewhat resentful view of her duties and responsibilities, and it causes some tension. Some people say snow pope. That's one way to look at it.
She responsible for bringing the first snow?
Yes. Several important ritualistic duties that go along with that. It's like I said, without going into tons of plot stuff, she's kind of a big shot, and there's political intrigue also going on.
So she is Snow Miser.
Yeah. And it does strain her relationship with the rest of her family. Another fun fact. When deployed onto the battlefield, she falls on her face. One of the only units to do this. She is clumsy.
It's funny.
As far as your gameplay guess goes, you're actually kind of there. She fulfills a very specific role of a debuffer. And it comes in two flavors. Either she debuffs the enemy's attack speed dramatically to, weaken them, or debuffs their defenses dramatically. You get to pick one of the two with her skills. And it's a very potent debuff. Like, buffs and debuffs in this game are extremely powerful. So they can make the difference between deleting an enemy within seconds or losing the stage. It's so never underestimate the debuffs. They're very potent. There's stronger debuffers than her in the game. She's only in the 5-star rarity ranking. In 6 stars, the most powerful. But she's still, I think, very, very good. For me personally, she was one of the first units I pulled, so she carried me through a lot of the early game stages with the debuffs.
Here, well, also, since I've been fooled by the Simmers, who's been fooling me successfully?
Minato. They've been coming up with the good fake names. So, but yeah. Yeah, damage amplification is also baked into her kit for enemies with low health, so that's also a very nice little bonus.
There we go. We'll credit Minato-kun here. He's got a good ear for names.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna grab a quick pour of cranberry juice. I'll be right back.
Right. Well, I'm looking forward to playing this game once this is all over. The gameplay sounds very fun, and I always appreciate games where the buffs and debuffs actually matter, and it's not just like crappy status-inducing effects that aren't worth playing with. So that should be neat.
Oh, you're sounding a little bit robot-y at the moment.
I leaned back from the mic for a minute.
There's a little bit of electronic chop going on.
Let me mess around with my cables. Actually, this does not need to be plugged in, so we'll remove the interference from that. Check the mic connection there. Does that sound better?
Knowing how to, not quite. Try dropping and rejoining the server real quick. Maybe that'll do it. You never know. Okay, test.
All right, we're back.
I think it's on your end. I don't think it's Discord.
Yeah, you just sounded a little robot as well.
So if we're getting it with each other, then it's just that's just internet, folks.
Yeah.
Apologize for that.
Collaborating halfway across the world.
Well, if it's not utterly unbearable, perhaps we can just continue, I guess.
Okay. So Minato-kun, you found the stream at random. I'm actually curious, how did most of you guys find the stream? Because like last video really took off, and I was like, how did everybody find this? Because like there's not like none of my stuff's really been picked up by the algorithm before, and I haven't streamed about this kind of stuff before either. So I'm really curious how you guys on my stuff.
They're saying it's algorithm.
Okay, I tapped into the algorithm. It was
So
recommended. Okay. Lots of Arknights recommended videos in YouTube. And Kara Malone is here from FlaVR.
Okay.
Okay.
So it looks like we did get algorithms pretty hard here,
Arknights
which is
reaction.
cool.
Yeah. Well, it's cool finding an audience for this sort of thing too, because this is for me. This is way more fun than just like gaming and hoping people show up.
Yeah, we've been playing a lot of Helldivers, so this is a nice change of pace from screaming and liberty and explosions.
Well, the Helldivers, I don't even get to hear the screaming, just so that we don't have to worry about doxing ourselves as we're adding in Discord.
That's true.
It's literally just like
in the heat of the moment.
with
Sometimes it's like real name this.
no commentary on those videos. It's just the gameplay sounds. Thank goodness the Helldivers scream and say funny things. Right.
So I'll go ahead and let's do a little. Would you mind if I tangented slightly?
Oh, by all means.
I mean, unless you want to mention anything more about the algorithm stuff or not. I mean, but I was going to say this: of the characters we've looked at so far, do you have a favorite or like a second favorite as well? Last time, for those of you who didn't catch the first stream, we did about 8 other characters last time, starting with Blaze. So there's a few others, and that's like 4 hours and 50 minutes of us just babbling, kind of like today. So if you missed that one, you can check that out, and
we probably sound okay at 2 times speed.
Last time I was it was morning for me, which is the inverse. So I was like jacked up on caffeine because it was super early. So I kind of felt like I was going at a mile a minute, verbally speaking. I was just like, I have a habit of talking too fast when I start to get excited. So, and I did open a Monster Energy as well, in addition to the coffee. So that's my mistake. But today, it's the opposite. Although I still had the Monster,
I did not wake up early enough to go get coffee before we streamed. So I'm just fueled by Pedialyte and a sort of good night's rest.
Just lots of water.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, I was gonna, like I said, tangent. Which character of the ones you've seen so far do you like the best? Just visually speaking.
Thank you. I'm gonna look in the folder here so I don't have to back through all of them.
Yeah, feel free to scroll around a little bit, do whatever you need to do. I'll have him guess what my favorite is as well. So,
Okay, you have to guess what my favorite's going to be then.
I will. I'll guess. I have an idea. I have two I think are the most likely. But I'll let you be certain first.
Right. Then and we're guessing out of last stream and this stream who all we've seen.
Yeah, like the 12 characters we've looked at so far.
Oh shoot, I'll click back. That way anyone who didn't see the first stream knows who's in the running. But so we got Remix, Cliffheart, Siege, Mudrock, Jessica. See how I remember last time. This was Irene.
Irene, yep.
Yep. Sorry, for a minute. It's the
Sounds like somebody in the background's a little unhappy.
Yeah. Is that being picked up by the mic?
There's a very slight stutter in the connection, so hopefully that levels out a little bit.
I'll just silently click through here. So that was Horn. Granny. This was Fia, right?
Fia Meta. I just call her Fia.
Then Exusia. Ella. Dorothy. And Blaze. All right, let me think. Your favorite character.
What's he gonna pick, chat? I wonder. You're getting a slight echo. Okay, sounds like you're getting a very slight echo on your end. So
it should be impossible right now.
That was actually echoey enough. I didn't understand what you just said. So
said I'm muted. I can't be echoing.
Okay, now it's not. I don't know if you changed something, but now it sounds perfect. So
I moved my hand away from the mic a little bit, but yeah, I'm gonna pause for a minute here while I think about it and go check to make sure everything's going well in the rest of the house.
Okay, I gotta check out the kiddos and such. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I will entertain the chat. Hello, chat.
You can
Now it's just you and me.
You can talk them through your guesses of who you think my favorite character is going to be.
Oh, we will. It's time for the close-in mic voice chat. Actually, I'm kidding. I won't. That's too creepy. But yeah. So I am gonna guess, since I think he's gone. I think it's gonna be either Horn or Granny. That's my guess. So I don't know what you guys are thinking. What are your favorite of the ones we've just looked at so far? I know that was kind of a quick scroll through. Let's see what you guys think. I hope he didn't mute me. Did he mute me? I see myself moving. Okay, no, I'm not muted. You think it's gonna be like Granny or Jessica, maybe Mudrock? Okay. So you like Jessica Cat, Sad Cat. Wonderful. So what's your favorites from these ones, chat? Is that what I just asked? I think that's what I just asked. I didn't know if that's what you thought his favorites were, but yeah. Irene character-wise, Horn visually. He did go on for a very long time about Jessica, so there's a good guess there. I don't think we're gonna get to Specky today. So stay tuned for part 3. That's what I'll say on Specky. And I didn't include any NPCs yet. I should just note that as well. There's quite a lot of them, and I think a lot of them look really cool. But I decided to just stick with usable characters for the moment.
All right. It was
people
me
guessing.
It was
Alrighty,
me-
so
it was merely an argument over a cookie.
Of all the things to argue over, I can't think of something better.
But I now have a donut, so it's all right.
So you benefited from this, really? Okay. So yeah. So did you pick your favorite, and do you want me to guess yet?
I'll be honest. I'm torn between two. If you want to,
that's totally fine. I'm gonna guess it's one of them is. I'm gonna guess it's either Horn or Granny.
You would be correct. One of them is Horn.
Then who might the other one be?
And it's interesting because for you, I was going to guess Granny.
Okay. I'm not gonna tell if you're right or not yet. So one of them's Horn. What would the other one be? Jessica?
Pull them up here. All right. Here's Horn.
She's back there somewhere. There she is. Okay, what might the other one be? It lags just ever so slightly for me when I'm looking at the stream, so
I just have Horn and Granny pulled up right now. Let's see what's everyone doing in chat here.
Some people are saying their favorites. Some people are saying like which ones they think are your favorites.
Horn or Dorothy, I guess. Okay, some of them have already figured out my taste.
So is it Dorothy?
No.
Oh, okay. But just Horn. Okay, so they got Horn right.
Let's see. What is chat guessing here? Horn or Dorothy? Granny or Fia? Granny or Jessica? Mudrock? You're live. Irene character-wise, Horn visual-wise. Siege and Apple Pie.
Apple Pie is Exu, just for reference.
Okay.
I don't think I mentioned that last time. Somehow, she likes apple pie. It's a character gimmick.
Some people in chat have figured it out.
Okay. Well, I got Horn. Who's the other one?
Fia.
Okay. Fia Meta, the one-armed chainsaw man, spicy chicken.
Yes.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, no, I see it.
You can see it.
So
here, it's your turn. It's your turn to wear the character design hat. What do you think are why do you think I like these two characters?
Big guns.
Actually, it has nothing to do with the weapons.
I'm gonna say maybe it's perhaps the demeanor, kind of a little bit more on the serious side. Huff, maybe. Am I on the right track?
Yeah, probably. Which it's funny because personality-wise, Minna is much more like Granny.
She's a little bubbly.
Very bubbly. Just a little. But appearance and design wise, I really like Horn and Fia.
Well, they're very. I kind of like the detail as well on these two in particular.
Hmm. They have a good
It's like
artist.
I don't know what you call this style. I don't think they have the same artist, by the way, but I'm pretty sure they don't. I might be wrong though.
Granny's an excellent design though.
Oh, Granny's great. This artist, the artist for Granny, goes by the name of Alchemaniac, and this guy's very, very good. He has a couple other characters. We won't be seeing either of them today, but maybe next time.
Really like for Fia, I really like the detail of like her hair and the feathers on her jacket.
She's got like a shell belt kind of hanging off of her left hip.
Well, more specifically, like the feather elements of her jacket.
Yeah, I think those are actually her feathers
Hmm.
too. So it's not even just like clothing.
So like that, it's just a really, really cool design. The alt skin looks really cool too. All right, so what was I correct? Is it Granny?
I'm kind of on the fence because there's like three, or really it's really like four I like from this group, but I'll have to pick. I'll say just barely not Granny
Was Granny one of the three?
for me. Yes, but I'm just gonna say, well, from the characters we looked at so far, I personally she's like third place. So still good. I really like Granny, but you know, close. But so knowing me, what do you think my favorite character favorite two out of this group would be? And I know chat, you guys don't really know me. Okay, fine, I'll give you that one.
Dorothy.
Was that like? Yeah, I like Dorothy.
That was like my other guess after Granny was Dorothy. And yeah, because I know isn't your favorite the Squirrel Girl?
No, but good guess. I know I've used there was a profile picture in the past, but that's because I like squirrels in general. But that's a good guess.
Dorothy, Granny. I follow.
Not Aya. But Dorothy's one of them. Granny's like third place. We'll see if you can get the second one.
Irene.
Not Irene. It's kind of unfair because I pretty much picked all characters I like, at least for this first set. But you know, who's number two?
I want to say it's either the lion or Mudrock.
Should I just tell him? Should I tell him, chat? I don't want to keep him in suspense for too long. Dorothy did nothing wrong. I agree. What the hell is a jerboa? So I'd say the second favorite here for me is Blaze.
I can see that.
If there's anybody I would go to a bar with, it's Blaze.
That makes sense.
Does it make sense? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say about me?
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Thank you. Anyways, so
I should do a tier list stream after all of this.
Yeah, we'll do one later. So just for the record, chat, if Dorothy gave me a drink, I would never touch it. I'm smart enough for that.
Yeah, I have a weakness for wolf girls.
Oh, Rita's great. She's number 4 for me from this list. But like I said, I picked mostly characters I liked for the first chunk just because I knew more about them off the top of my head. So yeah, there's our mini tangent. I guess that's all I had to say on that. I was just curious. I had a feeling I guessed one of them correctly at least, so I'm onto something at least.
Yeah, you knew Horn.
And you
right off the
guessed
bat.
one correctly as well. So we're at a tie, it would seem.
Yeah, a lot of chat figured out Fia's name showed up quite a few times in chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, we scrolled back this far. I'm guessing Fia.
Yeah, we no, chat. Consent is a word that is sometimes bent when it comes to Dorothy's well, I won't say anymore, but she's fun. It helps that she's probably my favorite gameplay unit from a gameplay perspective with the whole trap thing. I frankly think she's actually kind of overpowered, in the sense of, I think it is one that's underrated for what she can do, and there's not really any other characters that do the same thing. So yeah, that's just me. Do you want to look at the next character yet? I guess do we keep trekking onwards?
I'm good to keep pushing.
Okay, I can easily go for a while yet, so it's not really that late for me yet, and I just had my monster, so I'm in a good mood. So yeah,
Oh, here we go.
Let's take a look at our next character. This is I put these three in order for a particular reason.
Yeah, so this is the brother.
That's yes. I think that would not be terribly difficult to figure out. Not father, chat, brother. Timothy. That's So what do you think?
All right. It's got the armbands.
We'll get to the skin, chat. We'll do the E2 art first.
All right. This has definitely got like the nobleman vibes, but also like sort of gangster vibes too. There's a lot going on here. We got the untucked shirt. We've got the formal cargo pants, which I love. I saw the best cargo pants in Tokyo. It was like 3 pockets down each leg on the front.
This looks like something Tetsuya Nomura would wear.
He's got sword cane, which is sweet. He's got. Oh, I love how they incorporated whatever that device is. I love that they incorporated it as like his sleeve cuff.
I know, right?
Or I guess it's actually part of his glove. Looking over here with the jacket off.
But see, all three of them are. Well, actually, the sister was wearing it on her wrist as well. But yeah,
He's got a hunting hawk.
the hawk's name. I'll tell you this one. The hawk's name is Tenzin.
Then all right, jacket comes off.
He's like, yeah, I'm super serious.
He's got a shoulder rig for a knife.
Sorry, chat.
Okay, let me know if you hear any background noises coming in, because I don't know how good Discord's background noise rejection is.
I might have heard a very faint child in the background, but it was only for a second. Very, very faintly. Okay, that was less faint.
Probably cookies again.
Chat, I hope you guys don't argue about cookies too much. It's important to share, after all. We'll give him a second. Okay, we're looking at the feet. I don't know if you know you're muted, by the way. I don't know if you intentionally did it or
Yeah,
not, but
no. Okay, so he's got laced up boots here, and then he's got like riding boots or something here. And he's got more stuff sheathed on his legs. He's got a knife under the shoulder there. So that's a very military-looking uniform. He's got his gentleman's sword cane. Got the gloves, and then no tie. It's like this. That was a really interesting collar cut right there.
I think it's like stylishly pulled open.
Yeah, but like, uh, even if you button that top button, you're gonna get like a kind of collar that comes down and then like straight over. So it's not just like your typical like button up shirt that's unbuttoned. Like there's some tailoring in there. And he looks strong, but also he needs to eat more. I don't know. His veins and his collarbones are really sticking out. And this guy definitely has the offensive ice magic side of the family. Looks like Tenzin's affected by it as well.
You would be correct that he is the most offensively oriented of the three.
And it looks like he probably runs the family business.
What indicates business to you?
Well, here he's actually got the suit and tie on, and his uniform is like kind of streetwear, kind of militaristic, kind of gangster, but it's all like black and white, which is what indicates business to me.
So you think it looks kind of formal a little bit?
Yeah, he's basically got like the formal streetwear look going, and then he's got like the mane on the top of his cloak here as well, which suggests his leadership role, in addition to having like the sword cane.
Might suggest some level of wealth, perhaps.
Yeah, but it like all I think especially with like the fur trim and the cane, it indicates not just like enforcer for somebody who's well off, but like leadership position.
So you think he's in charge
he's,
then?
yeah, he's also got a hunting hawk, which is like a nobleman's sport.
Okay. So what do you think this guy's like if you talk to him? So you've kind of made a guess as what he does, but like what do you think this guy's like on a personal basis?
Very serious. Probably doesn't say a lot.
What else might stick out to you?
Not very forgiving if you cross him.
Okay.
He doesn't really look happy to see you either. So he probably has to getting a bit of the rules with an iron fist sort of vibe, or at least has to project a certain amount of intimidation in his line of work.
Interesting. Okay. So
Yeah,
I'll say you're right on some of those counts for sure. Very serious, very business oriented.
yeah, or at least to those outside of his organization or in the lower levels of his organization and outsiders, like he has to project the very like serious, merciless appearance. But
So you picked up on something as well.
I think he cares very deeply about his sisters and his family.
Okay. What might indicate that? What makes you feel that? What makes you say that?
He's got the family braid.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And what else does he have?
Or is this more like you're kind of trying to guess his archetype?
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at the archetype.
So there's both like what you're visually seeing and then what you expect a character like this might be like.
Yeah, he's fulfilling a certain archetype, so now I'm reverse engineering from that archetype, like what storytelling tropes are commonly associated with it.
He's very analytical with this chat. He doesn't say much. But the gears are turning, the brain cells are rubbing furiously together.
Yeah. Well, that's two brain cells fighting for third place right now.
I think you've got at least 3. So, yeah, it's more than me. I'm at like 1.5 at this point.
And it looks like he's got what could be a rank insignia on the collar there, but that might just be decorative. But yeah, I'm going with the. I think his actual personality is still very serious, but I think some of the intimidating look he's giving here is for benefit of his enemies or other people he's trying to negotiate with. And
Okay.
a little bit of that I think probably drops around his family.
So let's go ahead and do this. Go ahead and take the right one and click one to the right. Let's take a look at one of his outfits, just for some comparison.
Ooh, that's cool.
There's a little bit of early art syndrome going on here. I do personally think his E2 art looks like he's a meth addict. So I think this one looks a million times better, personally speaking. So yeah.
Aw, got the little kitty cat. That's cool looking.
Like, I know businessmen are into crack, but like, you know. I'll admit this, chat. The first time I saw his E2 art, I actually laughed out loud. So that's just me.
This is the E2 art here?
This is the skin. The E2 art was the one where he's like got the shirt unbuttons.
Oh yeah,
It looks like he's high.
There's some Elric of Melnimida vibes there.
It's like Wolf of Wall Street kind of thing.
Oh yeah, you can see with his expression here, you know, like he knows how to have a good time. He's just going to be very noble about it, or very elite about it. Like he's got that kind of like I'm better than you look face on.
So this second outfit, this one probably just screams business, doesn't it?
I don't know, like business holiday. Like he's got this fun trim going down the side of his jacket.
And Tenzin's got a hat. Good for him.
He does. He's got a little falconer's hood. And an umbrella. And a hat. He's got a hat too.
He does wear a hat in his chibi for this skin, so.
Actually, if anything, the one on the left looks more business-like, almost. I think because it's not, right? This is more streetwear, but it's still very business-like colors. This is more like, not gaudier, but it's more, it's a little showier, honestly, with this massive gold trim on the side of the jackets.
So it's got like maybe some vague casual vibes, as much as one could be casual in this business.
Or actually, no, that's not trim. That's a scarf. Yeah. So so like, it's like he's put on the
business vacation. There you go.
Yeah, he's on the business trip. He's on the business suit, but then he's like, also, I am nobility, so
he's like, I can walk in and buy the entire bar.
Here's my cool gilded. Here's my cool gilded scarf.
Here's my gold coated credit card.
Yeah,
that sort of thing.
No, you're not allowed to touch it. In fact, I'm not even gonna use your chip reader. I'm gonna scan it, and it's not even gonna touch the scanner either.
It's like you need to bring out the gold-plated scanner for it, right? It's like it's the kind of card where they don't even scan it; they just look at it and then they just, they bill you later.
Yeah. Don't touch the Blue Eyes White Dragon. In fact, don't even look at it.
So, if I were to make a little decision, are you getting Seto Kaiba vibes?
Not really, because I feel like he cares about his family more than Seto does.
Well, everybody cares about their family more than Seto does. I mean, who's Mokuba, right? I don't even know who that is. But maybe on like the business end, you think?
Yeah, I feel like he probably has to be the business-like and scary one so that his sisters are free to be who they are.
Okay.
He's like, I will handle all of the unpleasantness. You make sure it snows, and you go have fun in the mountains. At least one of us should be happy.
Yeah. Do you think you have enough to do the name guessing game?
Let me cover up chat. All right.
So let's try guessing. So, okay, chat, do your magic. Give me some good fake names. And I want some good ones here.
We got to get some other names up on that board.
I'm seeing a couple good ones. Don't feel bad if I don't pick yours. I'm being very picky. Okay, let's let it scroll just a little bit. Keep guessing, guys. Keep guessing. Here's your opportunity to stump the streamer.
I'm thinking we'll probably do one more character after this, and then I'll probably
Just
need
one
to.
more?
Yeah.
Just one. Oh, I was really hoping we could do two.
All right, we might be able to do two. We can
Because
put two in
the
there.
next two are like really some of my favorites, so we'll get to that. But
Oh, the other thing that might be causing the voices to robot is that because I have the door closed, it's harder for the Wi-Fi to break in.
look at this man streaming on Wi-Fi. How bold!
I'm at like the opposite end of the house from the Wi-Fi.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I could stream up here, but what I thought was the fiber port up here is just a telephone port. So there's only one place in my house I can actually put the router, and it's like the worst place for where either of the computers are at.
See, I ran like a 40-foot long Ethernet cable, so that's how I'm doing it.
I would need to run that. Yeah, I am a floor above and the other end of the house from the router.
Okay. I think we might have enough guesses here. So let's give this a try, shall we? Are you ready?
Ready?
Okay, so your guesses today are number 1, Frostblade. Number 2, Enciodus. Encioddes.
Yeah.
Guess number 3, Gnosis. That's the Gnosis. Gotcha. Guess number 4, Silver Ash.
Oh shoot! I think this is another one I saw from the comments.
Guess number 5, Winterhawk. Guess number 6, Iron Duke. That's all chat gave me.
Okay. So I saw Silver Ash mentioned in the comments, or in the comments of the previous videos of characters to do. Is this Silver Ash, or are you throwing Silver Ash in there as a to mess with me?
I'll be honest, I'm not messing with you. You did pick that one out.
Yeah. I will say if I did not know, great, I'll pick the best fake name then.
What's the best fake name?
So I'd have to look up the meaning, but the one that jumped out to me was Enciodus. Where I was like,
that is his first name.
Cool, I'm calling that a win.
Yep. Again, sometimes you'll get that. So yeah, that's his given name. His given name is Enciodus Silver Ash. So
okay, so I did manage.
That's the family name.
I did manage to. Oh, Silver Ash is the family name.
Yeah, so the sisters, it's Encia Silver Ash and Enya Silver Ash.
Okay.
I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. So we'll give you some points for that.
Yeah, I'm calling that a win for successfully picking out his first name.
We'll call it close enough. Okay, so yeah, gameplay wise, what do you think he does? Since you kind of know his name, what he does professionally.
All right, gameplay wise, offensive, but also like if he hits somebody, he can freeze them, and then he can also use his he can use Tenzin to help manage ads.
Okay, that's a good guess.
Tenzin can help like hit other things while he's doing melee slash. I don't know if freeze is a separate status than stun, but
Freeze is a status, and it's actually the sister that has the potential to freeze.
hmm,
The one with the bell.
okay.
So he doesn't freeze, but you're right, the hawk has a lot to do with it. So he's actually a ranged melee unit.
Oh, is this something where like the hawk can fly out to target someone and then he like does this giant dash across the battlefield to stab them?
It's more like he swings his cane and just hits them from like 1,000 miles away. But yeah, the hawk actually attacks.
Okay.
So there's two animations. So if the enemy's far away, he like points and Tenzin goes and pecks him in the eyeballs. And then if they're close enough, he just jabs them with the cane. So, and they're actually mechanically different. The cane does more damage.
Hmm. It's like Ike's sword.
Kind of like that, yeah. So this subclass is an interesting one. Ranged guards are very, very strong in this game. And they tend to be very generalist, so you can use them in a lot of situations. So yeah. You picked up on a lot of the points. I'm actually rather impressed with that. The hawk, fun fact, reveals invisibility. Because hawks have keen eyes. So he can. This is one of the other reasons you still use him even to this day.
Oh shoot! So like,
damage, but
between him and Cliffheart, it's like the is it the bounty hunter in Darkest Dungeon?
Actually, yes, a little bit. Cliffy is like the bounty hunter. Yeah, actually, you're onto something there. Just if you wanted to combine roles.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that because the bounty hunter can do grappling hook, he can do a lot of like enemy movement control, but he also can take flares.
Yeah, Rip Frostleaf. That's a different character. We'll see her at some other time. So
yeah. he doesn't really have a code name. Like he just goes by the family name.
He just picks the family name because he's like, I'm the cool one. I get to use the family name. You two have to use something else. There is some family tension, family drama. There has to be, right?
Hmm.
If you have 3 siblings, you think they're going to get along? No, you wouldn't have a game. So there's much ado, some political struggles, some family things going on. There's a lot happening. And it's one of those things where it's like all 3 of them were units at launch, but they didn't get their chunk of story for like 2.5 years or something. So we were just sitting there on scraps waiting. It's like, what's actually going on? And then we found out, and it's quite interesting. So I'll let you discover that on your own at some future date. But yeah, if I had to compare him the most to any other character, I would say he is Seto Kaiba in a lot of ways. Not like cartoonishly Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged villainous, but like there's some cut corners, morally speaking. Not in the same way as Dorothy. More in a ends justify the means kind of like do what has to be done kind of ideology. That's a word.
Yeah, you can see that in his face in the first
gangster comparison. You could call it almost a little bit gangstery in some of the behaviors. It's yeah. So like I said, I'm trying not to spoil any plot details. I think that's something for another time, or he'll read it himself. But yeah. So you're getting some of the vibes for sure, and even his meth face right there. Okay, I'm excited for the next one.
All right. Yeah. Aw, it's the squirrel.
I bet you're not surprised.
Should I click to the other art too?
You can bring up the other art also. It's gonna be. I had to do some creative editing here because they just plastered her name directly onto the art. So
okay.
So it might not have the transparent background. I had to fiddle with it, and I don't think I got it to save properly. So yes, she's huge.
There we go. Well, let's do this. Oh, there we go. There's still a squirrel on screen, so. All right. Well, this is a very different character design from a lot of what we've seen so far. Like the closest thing to her we've seen yet is Granny. She looks spunky.
It's a little bit zoomed in too, so part of that is just because it's a big image, but it's not super high resolution. I tried to find one that was better, but that's the best I could do.
All right. Well, she looks adventurous, plucky, like she could star in her own platforming game.
I like that one. That's a good one.
I really like the combination of the armor with the streetwear. So you've got the visor on her ear, along with a little pennant off her other ear.
So that little mini thing is called a sallet, I think.
Okay, she's got a salad on her ear, the banner, but then she still has the little comm cord coming down. Oh, she has the in-ear comm gear in her squirrel ear.
Yep.
Running down to the radio concealed underneath the heraldry here. Then she's got a gorget.
There's just so much going on in this outfit. I love it.
The shoulder armor, but then she's got like the transparent Blade Runner rain jacket over that. She's got like basically fully knight armored up arms. Then she's still got some like magazine pouches or something on the belt here, along with like the big old chunky zipper on the bag that looks to be attached to her gambeson. More stuff strapped
Yeah,
to
it's
her
a
legs.
gambeson.
And then you get back down to just like traditional night wear. She can go to the nightclub.
Yeah, but I'm.
Oh, okay. Actually, looking at this art on the left, so the thing with the black thing with the big zipper isn't attached to the gambeson. It's like a separate piece that goes over
Bag
top
or
of
something.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I love the in-ear communications equipment tucked in her squirrel ear there.
There's a handful of characters you'll see that happen. So she's not the only one.
It's funny because they had the contacts on Jessica's human ears.
Yeah, Jessica has them over her not her cat ears. Her cat ears are just sticking out there.
This is such a cool design. And I love the red, white, and blue.
Oh, we got a visitor.
Oh.
Howdy.
Oh, sorry, we're in the middle of a stream.
Oh, my bad.
No worries.
Oh wait, that was my brother.
Oh, is that who that was? Oh, oops.
Yeah. Guess we could pull him into the stream.
Visitor jump scare. This is what you get for using an actual server, but
it's like I need
You
to
know.
create a streaming channel in that.
you should make one
server.
just for that, and then we can use that.
Yeah.
Brother jump scare. There you go. He probably thinks we're playing Helldivers. Or something. Or Deep Rock Galactic. That's not till tomorrow, though.
Oh, is that what we're doing tomorrow? Or wait, no, tomorrow's Friday. No, wait, you're tomorrow. Never mind.
I'm tomorrow. My tomorrow, yeah. It's already tomorrow for you. You get to live in the future, Lucky.
The future is
I'm
Japanese.
I'm stuck back in 2014.
Okay, so the red, white, and blue. She's a knight, so she's probably French.
Okay, good guess.
French squirrel girl. Although there's no fleur de lis, but like it's red, white, and blue. So like, unless the Americans suddenly developed them, unless the Colombians had a knight tradition going back.
I will tell you this: she's not from Fantasy America. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Oh shoot!
You can see that. No, you can scroll down there. You can see I blurred out the name. So
did you? Because it says
I did.
Pinus sylvestria on the other side here.
But no, go back. Go bring it up. The one on the right is blurred out.
Okay, so Pinus
So
sylvestris is not her name.
No.
Okay,
That is her organization.
gotcha. The Piney Wood nightclub. Oh, she is part of the
So
nightclub.
it's Scots pine, Scots red pine, I think is. And yes, the squirrels named it after a tree. Go figure. Like what else would they do?
Oh yeah, I guess she could be Scottish, the red hair, but the red, white, and blue says France. But the squirrel feels like a British Isles thing. Hmm. All right, let's go. Okay, so character type is, melee attacker, swordswoman. She has mag pouches, but I don't see any weapons, so
Those might just be like
yeah,
some
other
other kind of
pouches.
gadget or gizmo.
And then I feel like she can. Is this like an invisibility cloak? This transparent cloak she has wrapped around her? Can she go like secret squirrel mode to sneak around and then pop out and attack?
No, so it's not a stealth thing. You're kind of getting onto something I think is very similar though. She's built around dodging.
Okay,
She's very fast.
I like the black and white on the sword blade as well.
I think something that might hint to that is the fact that her armor it's a gambeson, right? And there's not a whole lot impeding her legs.
Hmm. Okay, yeah, so she can move very quickly.
So it's the lightest of light armor.
Yeah, which like I do Hema and like most of the gambesons there, unless you order the extra long ones, like they don't even go that low. They like stop at your like just below your waist. That you can move quickly. Mine goes a little longer than that, but it doesn't impede movement at all.
plus one pierce armor. Yep. Gambesons. Did you play AoE ever? Age of Empires?
I watched my friend play a bit of, I think it was 3. It was the one that, did they all have a lot of weird cheat codes?
What about the one with Furious the Monkey Boy?
No,
That's
this was the one
AoE
with,
too.
I think you could like make Moses appear or something.
That's probably Age of Mythology, but I don't know for sure. Somebody in the chat might know.
It's been a long time, but I have
Yeah.
seen some Age of Empires gameplay.
Anyways, yeah, somebody in the chat was making a joke about it, but so like, here's a question. So she looks kind of like a knight of some kind.
Hmm.
What do you think she does, like professionally speaking?
But when it says nightclub, is this just her hobby?
I'll say this: it's more than a hobby.
Okay. I mean, she's got the professional looking communications gear on. She's got some heraldry. So I'd say she's some kind of combatant for her organization. Potentially a scout. She's a squirrel.
So I'll give you a little bit of a hint here. You're definitely on the right track.
Intelligence agent or reconnaissance agent.
You could probably lean towards more like scout or reconnaissance, but the format that they work in isn't quite that. You know, night sports.
Is that like Hema?
It's the one they do where they have like. Have you seen like I think it's called like Night Fight or something, where they have all the dudes wear the. They're like doing Hema, but it's like a mass battle and it's like sword and stuff.
A hurt.
Maybe something like that. Yeah.
Where they've got like the full metal armor, and then they've got like I think it's like wooden or collapsible like weapons, so they can like swing full force.
Yeah. So I'll give you a very small lore tidbit, which might give you a bit of frame of context. This place this character is from has quite literally night sports.
Oh, okay. So she's like a professional athlete.
It's like professional athletes, but they're knights, and they fight in the arenas and stuff. It's like a sort of an offshoot of a derivative of gladiatorial combat, but with esports.
Wait, with esports?
Well, there's like casters and there's like, big screens and it's like casted on the
Oh,
internet and
okay.
stuff.
Okay, I gotcha.
So it's like if you turned HEMA into a real sport, as opposed to HEMA, you know.
What are you
Not saying
talking
it's not a
about?
real thing. I'm not saying it's not a real thing. I'm not saying it's. I'm just saying it's like it's not a sport. It's an art, right? And it's, you know.
I mean,
Whereas this is like if you made them into soccer players.
I think it's more like that in Europe.
Hmm.
Like there are some like big tournaments, but I don't know like how big is for HEMA. But like
Yeah, it's
there's
like Chivalry the game IRL kind of.
there's like I'm not enough into the culture yet to be able to name anyone, but there's like known names in the community from like tournaments and stuff.
Hmm. So that's what she does. Is that, and Pinus Sylvestris is her group.
Hmm.
But personality wise, you've kind of given me a guess there. Okay.
Yeah, she
What
looks
we were missing
well.
here?
Yeah, because especially knowing that she's an athlete, like she looks like she's got like good stage presence. It's a good.
So, what do you think of the heraldry in her second art? Like,
So you got the horse, you got the squirrel, you've got a dragon. Or no, I guess that's that hawk there. Hawk, horse, squirrel above all else. You've got some pine trees on the sides here. That's neat. You've got the knight's helmet up there. More pine trees. And the little
herb. Yep.
fan.
So the symbol that's on the far right and the far left is the actual heraldry of Pinus Sylvestris.
Which is the shield and the pine tree together.
It's yeah, it's that one of the. It's on both sides.
And then is this giant, the big tag here? Is that her personal
I think it might be.
personal
It's
marker?
a little unclear if it's that or if it's just metaphorical. I'll say this: these represent other members of her group,
Hmm.
so you might be able to guess a little bit from that. We won't be seeing them today, but maybe some other time.
Okay, so there's a hawk girl, a horse girl, and
Something.
another squirrel, maybe. Am I reading too much into the red, white, and blue then?
It's not representative of like anything American, if that's what you're guessing.
I was thinking French, but I am thinking she's probably Scottish.
Okay. I won't tell if you're right or not, but I don't think the color's supposed to be something like that, but we'll see in a moment once we reveal the truth.
I feel like
So
maybe she is French. I don't know. I think of squirrels. I think of Redwall, which makes me think of Great Britain.
I will say this: the red squirrels are native to the British Isles, so I don't think they're native to mainland Europe.
Hmm.
So I don't know. Somebody might be able to correct me on that. I just don't think. I think they're British Isles only. I
That does
have read about this. I only have brown squirrels where I'm at. They don't have the pointy ears; they have the round ears. So they're a little different. And they peed on my grill today, and I'm kind of mad at them. But it's maybe my fault because I put the picnic bench on the grill because I was moving some stuff on my deck and I just left it there. And then they jumped up there, and one of those little fellas was like hungry, and then he just like pissed on my grill. I'm like, dude. It's like, dude, bro. I give you peanuts in like corn, and this is what you repay me with. So I don't know. That's just my personal problems. I have like a squirrel-sized picnic bench, and anyways,
I had
but yes,
one.
where were we? Sorry.
I had one steal my sandwich out of my bag in the zoo once. Just like hopped in and made off with it, Ziploc bag and everything.
Yeah, they're kind of, you know.
The Eurasian red squirrel, or the Sciurus vulgaris, is native to Great Britain, Ireland, and Italy.
I would never guess Italy, I'll be honest. No, she is not Italian. Good guess.
The population in Scotland is stabilizing. Oh, the eastern gray squirrel is introduced from North America, and it's decreasing their numbers. That's sad.
Yeah, they're having a squirrel turf war over there.
And losing apparently. Oh, yeah, the
Well,
American
they've got help
red
from the
squirrel
English.
does not look as cool.
Yeah, we haven't seen the Scottish last. We'll see her some other time.
All right.
But,
well, yeah, I'm gonna go Great Britain for country, or whatever the
Okay.
Great Britain analog is.
The English. So, do you think you have enough to do a codename guess? I hope chat has some good ones as well. We'll see.
Yeah, here we'll cover up chat again.
So, what do you think, Chad? Do you have some good guesses for what might this character's codename be? So again, remember, I know what it is, and I will insert that tactically. But I want to see if you guys have any great ones you think you can fool our host with. Because we've got a couple ones, actually. He didn't quite get Cliffheart or Penance, but pretty close. Let's see. Let's let it scroll a little bit, guys. Keep guessing. Remember, you want to trick the host. That has to be really good. Okay, we've got like 3 or 4 so far.
So far, Minato Kyun has the unbroken record for fooling me.
Yeah, I don't know if he went to bed yet, but I think he mentioned something about that. Okay. I'm seeing some similar theming with some of the chat's guesses. Very good, very good. See, that's like 9. Give me a couple more, chat. Let's see what you got. Remember, rub those brain cells furiously together. Do. Okay, all right. We got some good ones. There might be like 10 or 12 here, so bear with me.
All right.
Are you ready to type?
Ready.
All right, cool. All right, let's start with the first one. I actually got to scroll up. That's funny. All right, first guess. Blitzring.
Blitzring.
Some people are giving me some troll guesses, so let's see. Let me try to. Second guess. Firestar.
Firestar.
Third guess, excuse me. Dawn Seeker. Okay, fourth guess. Redtail.
Redtail.
Okie dokie. Fifth guess. Swift Run.
Swift Run.
Sixth guess. Sixth guess. Flametail. Seventh guess. Crimson Knight. And then last one, Acorn. Because she has an acorn on her sword.
Right.
Oh, wait, no, that's a pine cone, actually.
Okay. And she's an athlete, so needs to be a good name for the ring. That should be ranking so like chance ability. All right.
So what vibes are you getting name wise?
Right.
You're just a hair choppy at the moment too. I don't know if that's coming through on stream, if that's just me, but
that might have been my keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think Crimson Knight is not
That says you're a
enchantable enough.
hair choppy as well.
How about now?
Say something. Say a sentence.
I'm gonna also eliminate Dawnseeker for not being enchantable.
Okay.
I'm
So
thinking,
Dawnseeker's out.
I'm thinking sports here. Blitz ring, which also is another transformer. Firestar, Red Tail, Swift Run, Flame Tail. Let's see.
So this is one of those
Yeah,
games
sure.
where sometimes you can't rule out the silly name just on principle.
You say your name is Acorn, despite the fact you have a pine cone sword.
Sounds like we're getting some tech issues.
No. Let me jiggle the wire.
Yeah, plug it in harder. Oh wait, no, that's right. Your Wi-Fi. Darn.
Yeah. I'm showing like almost full bars of Wi-Fi though.
Come feel a little choppy for me. Let's see. Well, we'll keep going, and if it explodes on us, keep screaming at us. Chat, let us know. I guess.
All right. So we got Flame Tail and Red Tail. I think
You're like marginally better, so just keep going.
I think Red Tail is better than Flame Tail. Now I'm metagaming because now there were two fire themed names named Chat. One of them riffing off of the fact they know she actually fires her base.
Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. Because chat is messing with you, but maybe they're not messing with you.
Swift Run. We're gonna eliminate Swift Run and Blitz Ring. Man, those are two that are also like so similar vibes. So it's like trying to fool me. Got it down to 3. Star, Red Acorn. Let's see. Companions are a bird and a horse. It's a pine cone on her shoulders, not an acorn.
Is chat messing with you, or are they not? The real questions.
Trying to remember if you've ever talked about this character either.
I think I've spammed FanArt in the Discord before, but I don't think I've ever mentioned any names.
Corn. Firestar's our star chant. Firestar. Yeah. Levels 2 or 2 chant. I don't have a chant ability the right move here, but Red Tail is something you can chant in the arena really well. Right.
So what's your final answer?
Who is Red Tail?
You going with Red Tail?
Yeah.
So the honors today are going to LV17. Pranked. It is not Red Tail.
LV17, like that.
Yeah, like level 17. So this is Flametail.
So they were messing with me.
It's a bit cheeky, but yeah, there were some really close ones. This is Flametail. Or more specifically, Sana, the Flametail Knight. Or so we'll let you know. That's I hate the internet. We'll do our best.
Am I coming through real bad, or are we both coming through real bad?
It might be both of us. I'm not sure. So hopefully this stabilizes. Yeah, like a shooting star. Yeah. So I'm going to ask you a bit of a trivia question here. So you do know some of the old animes pretty well, don't you? Some of the classics.
Yeah.
And does this character remind you of someone else? So nobody in chat said. I'm going to see if you can figure it out. Because this is a very clear homage to a well-known anime character, just from some of the visuals. Not the night stuff.
I'm getting different vibes. Like, I'm Char Red. I was getting a little bit of Deedlit with the stuff, and the beers. And then I haven't seen Slay, but she's sort of Slayersy.
I haven't guessed it yet. Some people in chat might know, but just hold off on your guesses.
Am I going too old with my guesses, or not old enough?
I'm gonna say I think it's 2000s.
Oh, 2000.
So maybe
Okay.
not like super classic. So maybe not 80s.
Okay.
But
Okay. Not the classic. Okay. Recent 2000s. Asuna.
Asuna, what from like SAO?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Nah, that's too late.
Too late. Okay. Bracketing.
That's
here.
like 2010s.
2000s. What was in the 2000s? You had.
In the aughts, as they say.
What was on 2000? It's Gundam. Zatch Bell.
I'm sure you've seen the show, but so I'm just fishing here. We're playing Go Fish. Quizzing Miliardo's anime knowledge.
Wait, okay. What was big in the 2000s that was fantasy anime? You had Dragon Ball Z, you had Rave Master.
It's not a shonen, I'll tell you that.
Shoot, like especially her posing on the left, I'm like, where have I seen that before?
When I tell you, you're probably gonna like hit yourself in the face. It's a little bit of meta knowledge too. If you heard her voice lines, you'd recognize it as well.
Okay,
but we didn't
I'm
include
like
those.
that posing looks super familiar now, and I'm like, okay, where have I seen that? Why am I blanking on like 2000s anime? I guess because I was in college.
Probably because most of it wasn't very good. That's a hot take, but you know.
Oh, yeah, especially the pose on the left now. I'm like, okay, with the sword upright and everything, I'm like, I have definitely seen that somewhere. '2000s fantasy anime. It was a TV show, not a movie.
It was an anime, and it wasn't even fantasy. I guarantee you know this one. Well, I think you do. You're very knowledgeable about this stuff.
Oh, wait. Is this Macross? One of the Macross
It's not Macross.
series? It wasn't a fantasy show. Oh, wait. Hackside?
Also a good guess, but no. How many more guesses should I give him, chat? Like 3, 4?
Is it cheating if I look at a list of animes from the 2000s?
It's probably not, but you still only get like 2 more guesses.
Okay. Anime from 2000.
I'm just being petty at this point. I'm being pedantic, chat. It's just what I do.
Oh, wait a minute. No. Yes. No. Haruhi Suzumiya?
Bingo, baby. This is Haruhi.
Yeah, I see it now in the face.
It's Haruhi. They even cast the same VA. They knew what
Okay.
they were doing.
Okay, that's where I've seen that pose before.
Yep. That's Haruhi Suzumiya, except as a Squirrel Knight from Poland, not Britain.
Hmm.
Some people don't know that, actually. I thought that was pretty wide knowledge, but I guess maybe...
Okay, yeah, no, because
You know.
she's doing like well, not quite the Hara Hara Yukai pose, but
I think the one I'm thinking of is where she's holding the megaphone. Where she, like, yells at the dude, I forget his name, like, Pawn or something like that. I did watch that series, and I did not understand the slightest. I was in middle school. I was stupid. So yeah.
yeah, I tried rewatching it recently, showing it to Minna, and I was like, oh my gosh, Haruhi is a terrible person.
No, she's an ass. Excuse me. She's a jerk. Unlike Sana here is a very sweet girl, precious cinnamon bun, etc., etc. Gives alms to the poor and stuff.
Yeah, when I googled anime from 2000s, like it pulled up a bunch of pictures all next to each other, and Haruhi was one of the first ones, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, did you see it? And you're like, oh, wait a second. So this delectable artwork comes to us from the hands of Nori ZC, who's one of the core artists for this game. He does a lot of stuff, and he loves plastic. So you're seeing things like the net guard. I forget what that's called, but that's plastic. There's like the see-through raincoat kind of cover on her arm. This is like classic Nori. This guy loves this stuff. So I bet, will be able to pick out his characters going from now on, because they have a very distinctive look to them. There's also a syndrome we call Nori face. They don't have noses. So so there you go. So yeah.
I can't unsee the Haruhi face now.
Yeah.
Thanks.
She has her own version of it's not C's, that's Persona. What's her little group called?
The SOS Don.
Yeah, it's like they have their own. Pinus Sylvestris is the SOS. And the other characters actually look like the other characters from the group. It's hilarious.
Oh, that's funny.
You can kind of pin them. They totally, like, these guys are nerds. The developers of this games are just nerds.
Which, actually, given how Haruhi's powers work, like, canonically, they could be the SOS Don.
Flametail's not that strong. She's just really fast and really good. So
no, I'm saying Haruhi's that strong.
Oh, Haruhi is for sure. They could just walk into this universe if they wanted to. No one could stop them. But yeah. So gameplay wise, Flametail's a dodge tank. So when you press her skill 3 for 8 seconds, she is completely immortal unless you get really unlucky, which basically never happens. So yeah, she's real good. She occupies the same sort of slot as Siege, and I think she's actually a lot better than Siege, personally speaking. Again, your mileage may vary, and some people have their favorites, but Flametail is an auto-include on my squad on basically every map I've ever done ever since she came out. So, yeah. She's real strong. Like, and not even the way you'd think. It's not like her numbers are really huge. It's just that she just doesn't die. And that turns out that whenever she dodges an attack, she counterattacks. It does a lot of extra damage, and it synergizes with the fact that, well, she dodges everything.
Nice.
Year 3 versus launch time. Yeah, there's a little bit inside baseball for you, but as they change units and stuff as they go along, sometimes they'll come out with a new one that just kind of does everything better than an older one. It's not super common, but it does happen occasionally. So it's one where Siege has been left in the dust a little bit compared to her 6-star Vanguard compatriots. It's not that she's bad, it's just the other ones are kind of better, right? It's hard to explain, but yeah.
All right. Well, I think we have time for one more, and then
The last. Okay,
we'll need to
just
wrap
do
it
the
up.
last one. I don't want to keep you too long, but I do want to do this last character. So you could
Ooh.
probably guess that Flametail's in like my top 5 in the whole game.
Hmm.
But
Will it be
there's
a,
another.
will it be a spoiler to click over to the next image?
You can bring up the next image. Do it. Chat's gonna lose their minds. It's her.
Eustacia.
There's a lot going on here.
I take it she's a popular character.
Bit of a breakout popularity, yes.
All right. Let's. All right. We got to do. This is the lightning round.
So let's start from the beginning. Okay.
All right. She is a judge. She's got the scales of justice. She has a giant gavel.
Correct. She's a judge.
She is a wolf girl, which means she is British.
I told you this last time. I don't know if you remember. They're mostly Italians.
Oh no! Wait.
Your giveaway is the fact that Justice
It's written
Justitia is an Italian. So
or no, sorry, you're right. It's the cat girls. The cat girls are British.
cat girls are British.
Cat girls are British. Wolf girls are Italian. All right. I like all of the like thorn imagery she's got going on. Which fits with her being Italian. And she looks. Ooh, she's even got roses on her toeses.
She's got some nice shoes. I gotta say that.
Yep. That's cool. She's got the like thorns around the top of her stocking there. I like the padded layer on the inside of her jacket, and then she almost like the way her ponytail comes down is like it's not really like a judge's wig or anything, but like how the thorns are incorporated, like even coming up to her head. So it's like
she's got like some wacky Dark Souls chain hammer thing too.
yeah, and all the thorns give it like it's got like a Catholic vibe without being like yeah, like which fits with her being Italian. But it looks like her actual elemental power is like wood or plants.
Okay, interesting guess.
Just based off the fact this book has got like a tree growing out of it, or branches wrapping around it, and thorns are plant material. And she's got this rose motif on everything as well, along with a ring there.
As far as I know, she's unmarried.
Hmm. Yeah, it's on the pinky finger. Oh, and then also having like the white collar with the rest of the black uniform, also you get
They've
like
got
the
like
sort
the
of
little like necktie thing, you know, that the judges have.
cravat.
Is that what that's called?
Yeah.
It's a Frank Fred from Scooby Doo has.
He's got an ascot.
How is it? I might be. I'm just uneducated. How is that different? Is it just like one bit instead of like a bunch of bits?
I think it might be the way it's tied. Why is Googling ascot bring up an international school?
Let's
see. An ascot is a neckband with wide, pointed wings, traditionally made of pale gray patterned silk. A more casual form of ascot is called a cravat.
Oh.
Sometimes,
so maybe they are related.
Sometimes a day cravat to distinguish it from the more formal ascot or dress cravat. So yeah, similar. Oh, here we have a picture of President Saddam Hussein of Iraq wearing an olive green ascot.
Is he like inside the tomb thing, like laying down? Is it that one?
No, this is just a picture of him on Wikipedia.
Oh, okay. I will give you a hint. She is not related to Saddam Hussein in any way whatsoever.
All right. So battlefield role wise, The hammer looks like it can be used like a limited range weapon, kind of like the Sword of the Creator from Three Houses,
Mm-hmm.
where you can either like hit up close in hammer mode or use it like a whip hammer.
Mm-hmm.
And then it would be cool if one of her gameplay effects is some kind of like scales balancing power of like if there's like way more enemies overwhelming you, she'll just like start either outright killing them or like debuffing them to like balance the playing field out.
Interesting. Okay.
She definitely looks like
So,
she looks like she hands
so
out debuffs to the enemy when she's not hitting them with her hammer.
So you
It's like,
figured out she's a judge, and you know that she's from Italy. We've kind of just told you that because how would you guess otherwise?
or is it like
Um,
is it like Final Fantasy Tactics where like one of her powers is establishing some rule that if an enemy unit breaks that rule, they then get like punishment damage?
I like that idea. That's creative. This game doesn't quite have anything like that. But what do you think she's like if you talk to her? What do you think she'd be like?
Hmm.
And conversely, if you worked with her, what do you think she'd be like?
Oh, okay.
So there's two
Are you
questions. in
saying
that
there's
one.
a bit of a dichotomy there between her work
There might be a bit of a
personality?
dichotomy between her work and personal life. I'll see if
Okay.
you can pick up on it.
Um, yeah, I think she's much friendlier in her personal life. I think in her work life, she's like, I'm the serious judge. I'm blind justice.
You see that glare on the right picture?
Yeah, like evildoers will be crushed. Um, but like her, like I could see how you could draw this face and it'd be like friendly and happy looking.
I haven't shown you any of her other outfits. We can do that some other point in time, but those do give some other keys. But I decided to just limit it to this for today.
Okay. Yeah, I
Um,
suspect she's got a very strong split between like her business side of things where she's like, I must be the embodiment of justice, so very neat, proper, disciplined, serious, by the book. Uh, and then in her personal life, she probably relaxes a lot more.
so I can give you a little bit of an interesting. It's not a hint, really, but it kind of is. So check this out. I'm going to send you two things, and I'm going to see if you notice a resemblance, and you can maybe stick those on chat as well. The artist might have drawn some inspiration from historical sources, which I think is super cool.
Oh yeah, I gotta save these as files again.
Yeah, you gotta save them in a Dragoman. These are some of the things I wanted to include, but I emailed you the file already, so I was like, oh, so oops. Maybe next time I'll get on board a little bit more, or a little bit faster rather. So especially with the second one, you might notice a bit of a similarity. Um,
Got the Statue of Justice there and there. Justicia.
so yeah, does something look familiar to you? Potentially.
All right, let's see. So we got the robe.
So the right image is the Pediment Courthouse in Rome, and the left image is the City Hall of Delft in the Netherlands.
So I'm definitely seeing it, like this image here. I'm definitely seeing the inspiration, with this image here on the right, like her fancy art.
I personally think this is the inspiration image, but that's just a guess of mine.
Yeah, because she's got the
Like,
book, she's got the sword, or the
columns
she
for the
doesn't have a hammer.
speeder, Justicia on the top. You know,
Yeah,
it just matches a little bit too well.
and then with this one here, um, yeah, I'm trying to see what has she got on her head here, because I think the thorn motif is really cool looking.
As far as the pediment courthouse goes, I think it's more the book.
Hmm.
That's what stuck out to me, is that she's holding the book. Basically, it's the law.
Yeah,
Um,
and I like
in this,
the gavel as her weapon.
yeah, it's a gavel. It's not just the sword. It's like actually the gavel that she uses to sentence people, so to speak.
And the whole thorn motif looks really cool. Like I love the asymmetry it creates where she's got this like huge bulky left arm with the hammer and then just her normal arm with either the book or the scales.
So here, let me tell you if you think this means. Let me ask you this. You think this means anything? So if you compare the left and the right, and you see how she's holding the book, right? She's kind of just like holding it up and open, and she's just got the gavel hanging down there. And on the right hand side, there's a little bit of a difference in her pose here. She's
Yeah.
actually standing on the hammer, so her left foot's up on top of it. Instead of the book, she's got the scales. She's holding it above her head.
Yep, and she's got
So
the
kind of like
black
up
and
to
white
it.
wolves. Yep.
Do you think that might mean something? To me, that does imply something. And she's standing on the book, actually.
Hmm.
So you might even need to zoom out a little bit to show that.
It almost looks like her. If she was in Smash Brothers, this would be her final smash.
Yeah.
Like book opens up, Book of the Law opens up, gavel comes down, and the scales are brought out to judge the person.
If they have less damage, they'd have more now, etc.
Is that what you're getting at? If this is her like final attack or her like stronger attack mode?
Sort of. This is actually, I'd say, a much more keen, more so than any of the arts we've looked at tonight. This might be the most on point, metaphorically speaking, towards her, not just her story, but her character as a whole.
Hmm.
I think this is one of the best ones in the entire game, personally speaking. And you wouldn't really understand it until you read her story chunk.
Is she like
It's a substantial one, but
is
there's a
she
lot going on.
basically bound to the law? I guess like is she not just a judge, but like is she actually like in some kind of indentured servitude to justice?
Sort of, but not justice.
Hmm.
There's a lot going on in Fantasy Italy, and
Hmm.
without knowing some of the key plot details, it might not be immediately clear. But at least for me, knowing what goes on, this is like super almost on the nose.
Hmm.
Um,
Is
I
she
quite
like
like it.
does she spawn out of the book?
She does not come out of the book, although that would be a cool touch. So, like I said in our chat, I don't want to give him. I don't want to like just tell him like, oh, plot event X happens, right?
Hmm.
So it's a little bit of a got a little bit of a poker face here. You know, I don't want to give too much out, but I think you're definitely picking up on some of the important details.
You can chalk her up amongst my favorite characters now.
So you like her already.
Yeah.
You don't even know her name, and you already like her.
Yeah.
Is it the eyes?
Look at that.
I personally quite like. I just like her look, like the look she's got about it. Like she's looking at directly at the perspective of the you know
Person about
the
to be
player, the
sentenced.
person, the perspective person. Yeah.
There's just lots of like it's a very like simple design with lots of neat details added to it, and then like most of the complexity budget is spent on her left arm here, which looks awesome.
And there's this thorn motif happening as well.
Hmm. Yeah, so they can like go either roses or thorns for decoration purposes.
So I'll tell you
And
this.
it gives a church vibe to the whole thing too, which I like. Like she's got like a
along with Dorothy, this is in my top 5 favorite characters in the game.
She's got like a half crown of thorns thing going on too.
Yeah. So have we reached the part where you want to do the name game, the very last one of the night?
Yes, let us. Wait.
Okay, chat. You
hang
know
on.
what to do.
You're right. We gotta.
Wait, don't do anything, chat.
Must hide chat.
Wait for it.
All right, chat's hidden there. Chat's hidden there. And I will be ready to type.
Okay. Ooh. All right, we're getting some. I think chat's gonna do a good job with this one. I think they're gonna do a really good job. All right, let's let it build up a bit. Okay, we've got a few. Let's give it a few more seconds here. So think, chat. Stump the streamer. We'll give it a few more seconds here.
Yeah, there's a lot to work with here.
It could be several things. Yeah. Yeah, this is one of my favorites. So, okay. I think that might be enough guesses. We've got that's a good chunk. Don't worry. Keep going, chat. Keep guessing. Let's start with the first one. All right, first guess. Are you ready to type, Emilio?
Ready.
All right, first guess, contrition.
Ooh, that's a good one. All right.
Second guess, justice.
Straightforward, but perfectly believable.
Third guess, Falcone. Fourth guess. Are you ready?
Ready.
Absolution.
All right.
Fifth guess, thorns. Okay. Sixth guess, Lavinia. Next guess, retribution. Okay,
Yeah.
and then last guess,
Last guess.
penance.
All right.
This is a good one. Good job, chat. Even better than the last time. All right, let's see how he does.
All right. Contrition, justice, Falcone, absolution, thorns, Lavinia, retribution, and penance. Ooh.
I feeling the pressure now.
All right. Let's see. Think. That does not look like the face of contrition. Eliminate that. Is her real name Lavinia Falcone?
I won't say yes or no.
Okay. Or does she go by a code name or just by her real name?
I won't say yes or no. Not yet, at least.
Okay. Justice feels too on the nose. Absolution feels like an English word that a non-native English speaker would think would be a really cool name. Penance.
They did name a Hitman game after that, so
Thorns. She does have a lot of thorns.
she does.
All right, what rolls off the tongue? Solution, thorn, Vinian.
We don't talk about that.
Ooh.
That's true. The Hitman games are very hit and miss, aren't they?
I feel like Absolution doesn't pass the roll off the tongue test. All right, so here's my guess.
So you're
Not
down to
quite
what,
yet.
4 now?
Well, so I think Lavinia Falcone could be her real name. But I think her code name would be. Because, like, Absolution, Penance, that has more to do with confession than court. Like, she looks more like God's mercy and justice are like two sides of the same coin, but, like, in this sense, she looks much more justice and much less mercy. So I feel like Penance and Absolution don't fit with that. Retribution might.
And as we've seen in some of the previous ones, it can really be anything, right? It can be something as simple as their given name to a
All right,
concept like Blaze, or it can. So I guess don't look at precedent as being a hint, because
Right.
that's really not much of a hint.
All right, I'm gonna guess her name is Lavinia Falcone, but her code name is Thorns.
Is that your final answer?
Of the three, I feel like Lavinia jumps out the most. I might be reading too much into it, being like Lavinia Falcone, though that does runs off the tongue nicely. So sure, Lavinia Falcone, codename Thorns.
All right, drum roll, please. Brrr. The chat's not drum rolling. That's fine. They'll get to it. All right. So, you're a sharp fellow. This is, in fact, Miss Lavinia Falcone. Correct. But you messed up the code name.
Ooh.
Her code name is Penance.
So close.
So she is a judge. Well, actually, I think she still is in the story. And she does legal advisory. And there is a particular character in real life from Italian history, a judge who went up against the mafia. This is in like Sicily, I think. I forget the dude's first name, but his last name was Falcone. And that is the inspiration for this character's given name. So she's a girl, so aka Lavinia. So Giovanni, that's the guy's name. Giovanni Falcone. His car got, I think, car bombed. I think that's how they killed him. But this is like a big thing back in, I forget if this was like the 60s. It was earlier in the century. It was a few decades ago. So yeah, fun times. So Fantasy Italy in this universe, I will tell you now, has a mafia problem, or maybe more than a problem. They kind of run the government. And this has a lot to do with a lot of characters' relations in Fantasy Italy. So you'll see a lot of this. I won't say any more than that, but that's like the backdrop of this whole thing. So imagine trying to be a judge in this situation.
And all your mafia opponents also have magical powers.
Everybody's got magical superpowers. And there's sort of a. Did you ever play Vampire the Masquerade? Are you familiar with it?
I'm familiar.
So you know how there's like the rules, like the Fairly Godparents book. There's the rules of how you do stuff. Well, the Mafia has the rules too, and there's certain people who are protected and certain people who are not. Justices are not. So they are pawns in the game. Might that give you a hint as to some of Miss Lavinia's struggles?
Hmm. Who are all the players then? All the mafia?
I
Or is
won't say much
that
more, but
spoilers?
there's a game within a game. So it's one of those things I will let you unravel at your own pace someday. But it's quite fun. It's one of my favorite event stories that this game has done. Yeah, it's quite good. But I do think that there's some significance with her not holding the book in the second artwork. And instead holding up the scales.
So
I think it does have some significance.
Since she is beholden to the rules.
Well, it might indicate a preference towards justice over the law itself, because she's standing on the book.
Ah.
I think that the artist... I think they just nailed this one. I think... what's the artist here? Is it Iris? I forget the name. Let me look it up. But whoever drew this did probably the best job I think I've seen in this entire game. I don't know if I've said it like 4 times, but I'm going to say it again.
Capturing the totality
Iris.
of the character.
It's like, man, they nailed this. Just right on the head. So yeah. I think we ended with the best today. Like even better than Flametail. And I like Flametail, just saying.
I was so close to getting the triple sweep on that one too.
Yeah, right. So you were super close. You got her name. I know chat's being a little bit cheeky there. They put her names in there, but you picked up on that.
I figured after Enciotas showed up that was fair game.
It can be. So we'll see chat. We'll try some more on the next run, I think, and we'll see if we can trick them a few times. Nobody's named Stacy, just to clear the air on that. There's no Stacy's. There's no Bob's. Well, there is a Bob, but he's not a playable character.
Big Bob.
So, Big Bob is a guy. He's actually, funnily enough, has some interactions with our girl Granny, who also has some interactions with Mudrock. They know each other. So, little details like that. Characters can often show up in unexpected places. Especially somebody like Granny, who's a bit of a social butterfly. Knows a lot of people. I'm still holding out hope that we get Big Bob, personally. So, it turns out inside the helmet, it's another helmet! I'm kidding. No, he's a successful businessman. He sells beer these days. He makes a lot of money. He evaded prison, tax evasion. He's a fun guy. But yeah, Big Bob is a bro.
Let's get a little
There's also
preview
Big Adam,
for
who's like his friend. So.
All right, so final score from today was.
So if you had to re-rate, of the ones you've seen so far, who your favorites are, has that changed from Horn and Fiametta? Rita and Spicy Chicken.
You can add Penance to my top 3.
But she's also there now. Okay. I had a suspicion this would happen. I'm just going to say that for the record. I already told you she's one of my favorites, so you can't guess that. But because I already told you. But yeah.
It's just such a good design.
So, another fun tidbit. How old do you think she is?
Hmm.
We don't have like a hard number confirmation, but we have implications.
Implications. Is this one of those settings where people can be like super, super old without looking like it?
Only occasionally.
Okay.
It's estimated, yeah.
She looks
She
like
gave a ballpark. Knowing her like profession and stuff, what's her ballpark estimate?
she's got to be like at least late 20s, unless she was like some prodigy of the law. But I don't know that that would really count for much because they probably want people with experience. So
I
I'm
mean,
going
remember,
like,
it is anime logic a little bit, but there's
Yeah.
a dash of realism in there. So
yeah, I'd go like
um,
late 20s.
so the current popular guess, shall we say, is probably mid-30s because she has finished law school, and she's been a judge for several years. So
Yeah, that would push it back a little then.
20s is pushing it a little bit, and schools seem to operate on mostly the same logic as real life. So it's like you go to school when you're 18 and you do school for a while, and if you get a doctorate, Hag confirmed, correct. We have some Hag appreciators in chat. Yeah.
Well, also I
Another fun
noticed,
tidbit. Oh, go
right?
ahead.
She looks super young if you do this. And a lot older if you do that.
Oh, you mean like the eye?
The hair,
Just like,
the hairstyle.
oh, that's an interesting one. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, because having that like peeled back hair is a bit.
That looks more mature.
Oh, that's definitely an interesting detail. I hadn't thought of that.
And the fact that her ponytail swings around to one side, so like this looks like
That-
just like
Her
very
right
short.
side's like businesswoman, and her left side is,
Or her left side's like all business with the thorns. And her
sorry, yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
perspective.
right side now
apologize.
now it's like, oh look, it's a cute magician girl. Then she comes out from around the giant column and you're like, oh no, what have I done?
Oh no, she's hot. Oh no. But it does. I had never looked at it from that perspective, so that's a good point right there. So yeah, Penance here. She's a fun lady. She's got that mature type to her. Maybe an alcoholic.
I mean, she is Italian.
Even more than just being Italian. It's a coping mechanism. So, we might take next time a look at one of her other outfits. Some people call her Wine Ant. So
Actually, yeah,
just because she's old and unmarried.
there's some good asymmetry. She's married to the law.
She is married to the law. She's a lady of high morals.
There's some asymmetry going on throughout the whole thing too, like even down to like the thorn around one stocking but not the other.
Yeah, right. It's like, again, cool duality. Like one side's her little ponytail, the other side's her
Oh.
tail.
Dude, I just noticed now. We'll see if this shows up. Look at the patterning on the inside of her jacket.
Oh, that's cool. It's like kind of like
A very
looks like a
faint,
gambeson. Yeah.
like floral pattern, sort of. No, yeah, sorry, no, not the padding here,
Keep zooming in. Keep zooming in. Right there. Keep going.
but on the jacket itself. Hang on, where'd my zoomy? I wish I could just like scroll wheel in. So you got not only that, it's got a designer label on the gambeson.
Oh, I never noticed that.
But also look at the like
that's
floral
cool.
pattern on the inside of her
Yeah.
large black coat.
A detail that the artist did not need to add, but they did anyways. Nice job, Iris. I salute you.
And then yeah, this says like, I don't know, Ralph Lauren or something on it. Oh, and you're even getting like a little bit of reflection of the light off of the golden hammer onto her stockings here.
So if you look at the right leg, there's the faintest sign of a little bit of texture, shall we say.
What I might need to do,
culture.
what I might need to do next time is like put the images in a PowerPoint and then screen capture PowerPoint, and then maybe my cursor will actually show up, so like I can gesture at the details more specifically.
Let's definitely try that next time. That would be nice, because then I can see what you're talking about. See, chat, this is a learning experience, chat. We're figuring out how to do stream good and other things good too. The hammer to me, I don't know if you ever played Dark Souls, but the hammer screams Dark Souls to me.
Hmm.
It's like that would be strength, like faith build. Then it like extends and whacks stuff.
Even her ring is made of thorns.
The thorns are symbolic.
She's got a little bitty spot up over her eyebrow.
We call those beauty marks in the business.
Charm points.
There we go. Nothing but positives. So what do you think she's like in gameplay? You kind of already guessed a little bit, but like, what's your guess? I guess.
Let's see. I think she can definitely like slow down enemies either by chaining them up with her hammer or by using like thorn magic to bring like plant obstacles onto the battlefield. Probably more so that, and then her hammer works like the sword of the creator as either a melee weapon or like a short ranged attack that can maybe cleave through several enemies at once.
Interesting guesses. Not quite on the mark on this one, unfortunately, but good guesses. So it is thorns, but not in the plant sense of the word, more in the RPG sense of the word. She reflects damage. So when other enemies attack her, she's the opposite of Mudrock. Even though they're the same role, so to speak. When enemies attack her, they damage themselves. It's quite substantial. So her gimmick is that she can kill range enemies without them even getting close to her. Like, they just attack her and die. So
nice.
the thorns are very literal in that sense. And the hammer, it's just a really big hammer. Very much like Mudrock in that sense. A lot of attack, a lot of HP. She gets HP like a shield by killing enemies. So it's sort of a positive feedback loop in that sense.
Nice.
There's a funny animation on her first skin where even actually on her original outfit, like when she charges up the hammer and she starts swinging around her head like a flail until someone thinks it's close enough and she whacks it and does a bunch of damage and stuns. It's a fun little touch. I'll try to pull the chibi for the next time.
I love I love getting the thorn relic and Slay the Spire, especially against the birds.
It's very much like that. Some enemies just murder themselves. For those of you in the chat who have played, she was one of my key characters in CC12. She held half the map by herself because a bunch of ranged fellows come in. And you just keep pressing her skill button and they just all die. It was quite fun. Not have to do anything other than click a button and all the enemies die. So yeah. That's Penance. We'll take a look at the sprites, maybe some of the skins next time. I guess we're since it is getting a little late for you, I know you gotta get to doing some other stuff. Right?
Yeah, I've got maintenance guys showing up shortly.
Doing some work on pipes or stuff like that, right?
The freezer.
Oh, fun.
The power died at some point when we were on vacation, so
you mentioned it the other day, yeah.
Yeah. So
it sucks.
It's all
my
cleaned
fridge
out.
Is actually dead. Also,
they're getting the extra look to make sure that they don't just want to like replace parts in there that might have gotten soaked with meat juice.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess since we're sort of at the end of today, I know we didn't get to W. I'm sorry, chat.
Hey, I don't have to change the thumbnail now. We'll get to them eventually.
You should change the thumbnail in like put Penance on there. She looks nice. Maybe some other stuff. We'll make it work, chat.
I could look ahead to preview of next time. Oh,
you can grab a few previews. I before you do that, don't do it yet. I'll send you another folder probably in the next few days. I'll just make you a new like sort of version as as we're going through some of those. Oh, yeah, there's one.
Yeah, this is going to be an
Hello,
interesting
character. Hello, mystery character. Who is this? I don't know who this is. Oh, you're getting a bit of a sneak preview there. So, like I said, there's not a particular order I put these characters in, just sort of what I thought would be different enough from the previous one. So, unfortunately, W was at the end, just because alphabetically she's at the end, so she's also numerically at the end. So, yeah, we'll see more of her later. We'll see Best Girl later on as well. I'll let you guys guess who that is.
Also, thank you to Christmas level 17 Baki and Lout and Kevin Yakes for subbing during the stream.
Oh, nice.
I'm so close to hitting that magical 500 number.
Oh yeah, you're pretty close. Was it 476 now? Not bad.
483.
40. Oh, it went up. Okay, I haven't refreshed my page. What do I have? Like 110 Twitch followers. Not nearly as much.
Oh yeah, your channel is in
it's in the bottom there. I don't usually do this
there.
kind of thing. I'm usually playing like DMC5 or something like that. Right now it's Elden Ring. I don't know if any of you fellas in the chat are into that sort of thing, but I'll be playing some of that as we come approaching the DLC next Friday. So you can watch me get lost in the sewers with all of the poop and whatever else is down there and other things too. So yeah, this has been a fun experience for me. Let me give you guys a little bit of a backstory here. So this was very briefly mentioned at the beginning of the first stream of this. So if you already saw that, this might be familiar to you, but I bet most of you didn't. Back in, I think this was the end of 2022, a little-known publisher by the name of Nintendo released a video game. And this video game was called Fire Emblem Engage. So you can watch the previous part to get some of my thoughts on this as well. But they picked a certain artist to do the character art for this. And long story short, I didn't think it jived, right? I don't think it really worked out. And this led me to discussing with some of our other mutual friends just kind of like what characters look like, you know? And I was kind of like rolling this idea around in my head for like a year. And then I just brought it up one day. What was this, about a month ago, maybe? When we were playing Helldivers.
Yeah.
It was like end of May, maybe. Near the end of May. And I just brought this up. I was like, you know what? I think there's actually like not necessarily like an objective, but maybe like a semi-objective way you can look at, if you're making a character for a game, what can you tell about this character by looking at them, right? And it sort of evolved from there. And we were just talking about that. And then, our friend Miliardo here decided to just he's like, well, we could just stream this. And I was like, dude, you're genius. And here we are. That's the story. Basically, that's how we got here. And I decided, since he doesn't know anything about this game, that he would be the perfect test subject to bring along on the adventure. And we're what, about 15 characters in, maybe? I would hazard a guess that you're enjoying it so far.
I think so. And as far as whether or not we've discovered any rules, like names aside, I think I've been pretty spot on in personality types and gameplay by and large.
You've been really nailing the gameplay in particular. I think that speaks to the design, the skill of the artist put in, that you can tell what does the character do just by looking at him. And this is something that I think in a lot of things these days, obviously there's the gacha world at large, and that's its own thing, but I feel like it's something that's kind of lacking. Again, I will somewhat criticize Fire Emblem for this. I think they've dropped the ball recently in this, last game or two. So instead I'm looking, we're looking at something I think does a very good job of it, for comparison's sake. So this is really just it's a fun intellectual exercise. We're just having a good time. We're just yapping for 5 hours. For some reason, you people are still here listening to us. So
Maybe next time we should actually try and codify some of the rules and write them down. if that's possible, or if it's more just
Yeah,
like
I think
you just gotta learn how to, you gotta watch somebody yap about it for 5 hours to figure out the rules to apply to your character
I
design.
think we did a better job. I would hazard a guess that we did a better job this time than last time. We'll see if the comments agree on this regard. But we'll chat about this over the next week or two, and we'll figure out. I think we can maybe slightly formalize. Obviously, this isn't like a formal scientific experiment. This is just a you know, sort of an experimentation for fun. But I do think maybe we can slightly formalize the thing, and I can give you like a, here's your thing, and then we'll talk about. You'll tell me where you think they're from, what do they do, and so on. And of course, I think who was it? I don't remember. I'd have to scroll back in the chat. Who suggested the chat suggests the fake names? Because that was a genius stroke. Whoever said that, I love that.
Yeah,
That's great.
that's way more fun than like
Than
me
you
just
guessing.
shooting in the dark. Especially,
So,
and it gives me a chance for once where you're like, you're never gonna guess their name. Like Irene.
Yeah, I did accidentally just call her that. Oops. But but yeah. So, anyways, I think for I don't know if we have like, obviously we're still in the middle of this one, or at the end of this one rather. So I don't know if you have an idea of next time when that might be. I don't know what should chat expect. Should they expect soon, or are you busy? Is it gonna be a little bit later? Like, what's the rest of your June look like?
My June and July. Can't think of any major things coming up in June or July that would where I won't be able to find time to stream. So I think I think now that my vacation to Tokyo is over, I think I'll be able to we can get a good consistent rhythm going with this. Maybe even do some well, we still got the time zone to contend with, so it will probably still be limited to weekends going forward.
Yeah, or like I said, I can make time on Monday mornings, my time, but we'll discuss that, I guess, offline a little bit. But yeah, hopefully it's not 2.5 weeks, maybe a little bit sooner this time. That's what I will at least like to strive for. We'll see if we can make it work. This is the problem, chat, with being like 12 hours apart. We've got to sort of line these things up far in advance.
We both got day jobs with normalish hours.
I have to wage for the military industrial complex. It's the way it works. So, life moves on, doesn't it?
But there's windows of opportunity, and I really enjoy doing this. And do you think it would slow things down too much to bring any of our other friends on as panelists?
I would be happy to try out some panelists. I think that would make it slightly slower. I don't think that's necessarily a problem, though. We can see. I think we should go with somebody who doesn't know anything about the game. One of our other mutual friends knows too much, and so.
Okay, shoot, we shouldn't have.
I don't think he'd be the right test subject, because he just knows it. He knows almost as much as I do, right?
Well, we should, maybe we'll bring my brother on then instead of chasing him away next time.
Yeah, we ran him off real quick, didn't we? He might be a good one.
He is an art. He is an art major.
Ooh, okay, then he might be a good. We'll discuss it. He might be a good test.
He'll be able to. He'd be able to speak to it, and he would also have a better grasp of the specific vocabulary we should be using. I'm an art dabbler, lifelong, but did not go for.
I'm an art distant observer. That's what I am. I'm like, oh, that's nice over there. It's like about 30, 40 feet away. I can't quite see what it is. Metaphorically speaking.
I see. Chat's also interested in seeing us. We do Girls Frontline, Snowbreak, Nikie.
There are an awful lot of the gachas on the market. This is the only one that I know much about personally. So, something that we could try is, I know you had the idea of maybe some things that you're familiar with that I'm not, and so you can kind of reverse the experiment on me. We'll have to discuss that, and maybe that might be an opportunity in the future that could be quite interesting.
I might know someone who's into Girls Frontline, and I know someone who's into Nikki, but I don't know if they would be allowed to stream with me or not. So, because they've gone corpo now, so they probably have a lot more rules.
Oh yeah, that sphere of things.
Yeah.
But yeah, so again, we'll figure out the details. I guess what should we tell the chat? Should we just say stay tuned and maybe like a week or two? What is that like a reasonable expectation to set, or should we say later?
No, I think we can probably find time. What's next weekend?
I mean, this weekend, I personally don't have anything happening.
Oh, that's right.
So
This is still the week.
yeah,
right.
it's only Wednesday for me, although it's almost Thursday.
That's
for
right.
you, it's Thursday. So this might be a potential. We might be able to do this in like a day or two. We'll see.
Yeah. Maybe might have to do a shorter one, so maybe try and do it more lightning round style. But
okay, we could do that. So you say that, and it's like, well, we get sidetracked so easily, don't we?
we can dream.
Caffeine, excessive amounts of caffeine, would that make it lightning? Or would we just talk so fast no one can understand us? Maybe that's what you mean by lightning.
No, just like less. I'll just like make my guesses, and you just give me instant feedback. Like
we could try that for a few. That could be a format shift just to see if it works. You know,
that way.
Instead of going through like 7 characters in 5 hours.
Like we'll hit one. I'll hit the top 3 things, and you can just be like yes, no, yes. We'll spend a little bit of time like zooming in and me like finding all the details, and then go into the name guesses.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that is, I think, a workable plan.
And I mean, since I kept chat covered up half the time anyway, like I can just keep chat covered up somehow, and then that way they can like start shooting out fake names once the character pops up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll have to set the I think the set sort of the field, so to speak, and then just kind of see if we can make it happen. Excuse me. But yeah, I think we've got a plan. If you don't shut me up, I'll warn you, I will keep talking for the next hour. So you'll have to kick me off the stream eventually.
All right. Well, I think maintenance guys will probably be here soon. So let's say a good night to chat. Thank you all for tuning in.
Chat.
I hope to see you all next time.
Yeah, I'll be playing a little bit of Elden Ring later this week. So if you feel so inclined to tune in, I don't want to leech, but I will leech a little bit. So I'll be doing some of that and some other stuff too, maybe.
It's all right. FlaVR was born with the leeches, so
it's over on Twitch. It's a very little known channel. Be prepared for horrible memes and my annoying voice. So yeah, you know what you're signing up for if you click on that link. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Do it.
I'm warning you.
Do it.
But yeah, it might not be till maybe Friday that I'll be back online. So okay, well. That's all I've got. Any last words other than good night again? Or good morning, evening, afternoon, etc., wherever you are in the world?
Happy greeting of the day to you all.
Yes. Check out the previous stream if you missed it. There's you can see sort of our first version of this discussion, and if you missed some of the previous characters.
If you like
things then.
If you like card games, in addition to gacha games, which I suspect there's some overlap there, I went to the bar in Tokyo that mixes up cocktails based off of trading cards that you bring them. So check out my shorts tab where I was documenting all of those.
I want to go there someday. If I ever make it to Japan, I'll let you know.
It's super cool. It was neat. Like, you just give him the card, he goes away behind the bar, comes out, and it's like the color, the shape of the glass. Some of them then you mix, like some of them, a lot of them are layered, and then like you mix the layers, and then it's like, oh, like he did one for I didn't get pictures of my friends, but my friend had a Wigglytuff, which was delicious, very pink, nice fat bottomed glass, and then a Haunter, which looked like layers of dark blue, and then when you swirled it, it became like the Haunter purple.
I bet Pokemon ones are pretty popular. at that place. So if I brought Jace the Mind Sculptor, would he just like upend the glass on my head? He should. If it's a self-respecting bar, he won't even let me walk in there with that card.
No magic here. Get out.
He's like, "You're on the banned list for a reason, bucko." But yeah,
Bring in the Black Lotus. Oh shoot, I have a Black Lotus proxy.
I would love to see a Black Lotus drink. That actually would be neat. People have to show respect, especially if you bring an original print Black Lotus. They should give you the drink for free. But you know,
just
throw
it. Throw it on the bar and be like, everyone's drinks are on me. You can keep.
He's
this.
like, I'm exiling your library as he just steals your wallet. Right? It's like, that's a little bit inside nerd talk for those of you who played Magic back in the old days.
Man, that is. So
I can't speak with honor because I was a Cobblade player, but you know, that's for another time, perhaps.
I didn't actually play during Cobblade, so
Squadron Hawk, best girl,
and offensive best girl.
Oh, Stoneforge Mystic, yeah, they banned her immediately. But anyways, gosh, I haven't played for like over 10 years. But I still remember all the cards.
I built my Landless Dredge deck, and I've never actually taken it to a Legacy tournament, and I think Get Probe and probably some of the other stuff in it is banned now.
I don't really keep up with the ban list anymore. It's not as bad as Yu-Gi-Oh! That one's
that game is like performance art at this point.
Is Phyrexian Probe banned? Is it Phyrexian Probe?
No, Gitaxian Probe.
It's the one that lets you draw for like 2 health, right? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Or is it the Scry?
No, yeah.
It's draw, right?
It might be Scry 1, draw 1.
Okay.
But yeah, it was 1 blue Phyrexian mana, which in Landless Dredge is what you need.
So you're already the deep lore here, chat. You thought you were here for gotcha, now it's Magic the Gathering. I warned you, Emiliano. You let me talk. I've just derailed the stream for 15 more minutes.
All right.
So you're lucky that I really have to pee. So I'm going to go do that, and I will leave you all in peace, and we will reconvene at the next occasion, maybe soon.
All right. Look out for the waiting room.
Yeah. Keep an eye on that, chat. Please leave a comment, like, subscribe. I will show his channel. He won't do it, but I will. And if you have any other details or stuff you want to put, I would say avoid posting character names of upcoming characters you want to see in the comments because he's going to read them. We don't want him getting spoiled.
Go post them on his Twitch channel.
Bother me on Twitch. He doesn't watch my Twitch. It's too extreme for him. Too much gaming skill.
Oh shoot! Speaking of shilling, I totally should have turned subscribers only chat on to pad my numbers.
Look at you.
No,
you
I'm not going to do that to him. I'm not going to do that to all my new guests.
There you go. Alrighty.
All right. Okay. Thank you all for coming by. Look forward to seeing you next time. Take care.
See y'all later.